It's like last season, right? Was it playing board? Was it
The west side. Well, hey, welcome everyone. Thank you for taking time out of your schedules and your evenings to come and to be here with us for our town council meeting. This is our March 12th town council meeting for the town of Summerfield. So with that, we'll go ahead and call our meeting to order. We'll start with our invocation and our pledge. I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Devaney, if she will, to lead us in our prayer.
Everyone would please bow their head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. We thank you for all the blessings that you have given each of us. God, we ask for your wisdom and grace as we preside over this meeting tonight. We ask that you lead us to use our talents for the betterment of our town. May we all listen and welcome statements from others with an open heart. God, may we recognize your will to unite this leadership for a fruitful outcome. Lord, bless us, lead us, and guide us. In your name we pray. Amen.
We'll ask Councilperson Robinson if she will lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Introductions, Mr. Horner. Ken, we'll start with you tonight.
Bob Porter, one last time as county attorney. Brad Renz, planning director.
Dee Hall, finance officer.
Scott Whitaker, town manager.
John Doggett.
Heath Clay.
Lynn Williams Devaney.
Tim Sessions.
Janelle Robinson.
John Hamilton.
Sarah Tibbetts, town clerk.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 4, our consent agenda. We'll open it up for any input or a motion. I did want to make everyone aware that we do have a call later with Mr. Martin Moore, and he also has a representative here in the room with us, Christian Dicer.
That's correct.
That's it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yay. And so if anyone would like to consider moving that closed session up earlier in the agenda, this gentleman would be able to hit the road earlier and Mr. Moore would not have to wait so long.
Where-
If anyone is,
Where can we, I'm open to that. Where can we move that, Mr. Manager?
I was looking at suggesting between 9 and 10 or between 10 and 11, because it seems like there's evidently also people here for number 10 that have driven a long ways.
Right.
So maybe between 10 and 11.
That's fine. All right,
We need that form of a motion. I can't make it.
I got something too, yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I would like to approve the January minutes with an amendment on page 2, under council, item A, Republic Services trash/recycling. I specifically asked for this to be revisited in 6 months, so we're not in the same position that we were in at the end of the contract last time, where we wanted to ask GFL and they said they didn't have enough time and we can't not have services. So I just want to make that amendment and approve those, but I would like to move the minutes, both open and closed, for 2/13 and the minutes for 2/29 from this agenda and move them to April's agenda. Yeah, open and closed session for 2/13. All the February minutes, no matter if they're open or closed, move to April's. Yeah.
Should I
Then
tag on to that?
You want to tag on?
I don't know, Mr. Horner, don't we need to deal with that and then?
Do you want to
if
do
there's
it one at
other
a time?
changes?
Let's do the agenda first,
Yeah.
and then we can do the minutes as Lynn has suggested.
I'm sorry, what did you
I
say?
said, let's change the agenda first.
Okay.
Well, part of this is changing the agenda. I want to remove those minutes.
Those minutes are under the consent agenda, so
So-
that's why I asked you the question.
So we're not
Okay.
approving the consent agenda, we're approving the consent agenda as amended, I suppose.
Yeah.
And that is to change the agenda to add the closed session between 10 and 11, and to eliminate the February minutes.
Correct.
And only approve the January 26th, 27th minutes.
With the amendment, and then add hers.
I would like to remove 14I from the agenda.
Any other
That would be a
changes?
friendly amendment to Lynn's motion to approve the
Friendly
minutes.
amendment? Do you accept that?
I accept that, yes.
Okay. I have a rather long motion. Do I have a rather short second?
Second.
Have a motion and second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, consent agenda passes. Item number 5, any announcements, Mr. Whitaker?
Just a few. So our Founders Day event will still be May 17th and 18th. It's not too late to consider sponsorships or booth space for that. Also mentioned that last month that on our website we have a new page for upcoming planning related cases. That's easy to find under departments. See on the screen, planning and pending cases. Just an easier spot for citizens and council to find those things. And remind you, the town hall is closed March 29th for Good Friday.
Thanks, sir.
I have a couple of announcements.
Okay.
Just to add on to Founders Day, yes, please come out, join us, and we're still taking sponsors. Also, I've called the local churches, and if any of you want to get involved with that, we're encouraging you to get 1, 2, or 3 cakes out of your churches, and we're going to have a cake bake-off. And we'll be gathering up the judges, and that will be around 12 o'clock on Saturday, I believe it's the 18th. 18th, thank you. And we'll just have a community cake contest, so please come and join us for that. Also, just wanted to let people know that the sign design is still on the town website. Don't forget about that. And another just note of interest, if you're following House Bill 5 or when the Senate's coming back into session, It says that the Senate will convene Wednesday, March 13th, 2024 at 12 p.m. And that was updated at 3/7/24 at 6:07 p.m. So they're going to start coming back to Raleigh just to let those who are following these bills know. Also, I had the opportunity to attend the Guilford County Commissioners Retreat, and that was a wonderful thing to go to, very informative. It was this past Thursday. I kind of found out about it last minute. Usually the mayor, he was out of town, and I was able to go in his place. There were mayors from Pleasant Garden, Stokesdale, Gibsonville, High Point, Greensboro, Oak Ridge, and Jamestown there. And they all spoke about everything. The main topics were economic development, water, jobs, trails, recreation, technology, and I would say that the main thing is Guilford County wants to be a Guilford 1, so they're pushing water and sewer, they're pushing high-density housing. And the most interesting fact that I found out from Mayor Nancy Bond is that they are looking, I was looking for the quote, but they have already asked for a federal grant, $26 million, to go along with the $50 million funding to potentially go under the lakes for water. And I don't know exactly where that's going to come out. That was not said, but just to let you know that that's what Greensboro is looking at, and they're talking very, very, very high density. I can say that I did feel it was a great opportunity for me to go. I got to report back on what we're doing with water, and I got to tell them about the tower and the lines that we've talked about, decided on. Also about the wonderful Bandera Park and how it's not just Summerfield Community, Guilford County, but it'll be statewide. I did start the ask for if there's additional ARPA money to be handed out to the towns, and my asks were based on additional funding for Bandera Park, because not only will I perceive we add to it, and we do want to make it nice, but also there's going to be ongoing as far as maintenance and possibly having to buy equipment to keep the trails maintained. Also asked for potential money for ball fields, such as Phase 2, that I know that Jeff Gord wants to work on, and possible as we continue to fill up these fields, which is one of the things that brings members to our community, is how playing ball, athletics, activities, it'd be dance too, all these other things, the theater groups, possible potential land expansion for ball fields and that type of thing. I also asked for potential funding for Summerfield Park, because I know that we have the bridge expansion, repaving the trails. There's some equipment that's going to be needed, and possibly looking at replacing or fixing the pier and the dock at the park. And then I threw out a big ask that had nothing to do with ARPA money, but just asking the city, council, to the county commissioners to see what they would do if I asked the question. And that was, I know Laughlin is near and dear to a lot of hearts around here, and a lot of people want to see us potentially use that. So I asked them if they could get Guilford County schools to surplus that, and then they decide just to give us the building for free, and then we would be able to potentially gut it and go forward with our vision. And our vision would be, because it was one of the original black schools, that we have potentially a Black History Museum in it. It turns into a community center, dance, drama classes, continue with SRA sports over there, soccer tots. You've got fusion lacrosse and soccer fields, meeting space for the town of Summerfield and other clubs and businesses around the area, and it becoming, in addition to a book exchange, and becoming Founders Day hub. So there's a lot of things that could do that. And as we went around the room, I felt really confident about this as well, because this went in with every other one of these towns that wanted community centers. They wanted things for all different demographics in their town, something that they could come to and unite as one. That was a little long, sorry, but I thought it was important. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions or follow-up to that from the council?
That was a lengthy summary,
Sorry.
Councilman Bailey. No, it was really good. I'm glad you were able to go on last minute. Thank you. That was a great summary.
Anyone else? On to item number 6, Emergency Services, Summerfield Fire District.
That would be me. In the month of February, the Summerfield Fire District ran 16 fire-related calls, 53 EMS-related calls, and 33 other calls. Their call total for January was 102 incidents, and they installed 4 car seats. Severe Weather Preparedness Week is recognized in March. It is important to know what to do before, during, and after severe weather hits. They recommend creating a communications plan with your family before severe weather occurs. Have emergency supplies at home, at work, and in your vehicle. If you see flooding on the roadway, turn around. Never drive through floodwaters. Stay weather aware. That's it.
And Sheriff's Department?
For the month of February, the Sheriff's Office responded to a total of 271 calls for the service in Summerfield town limits, resulting in 21 formal case reports. Of note, 2 residential break-in and entering cases were reported in both the 7500 block of Adler Road and the 6400 block of West Belgrave Terrace. Both cases remain under investigation, and deputies made 2 DWI arrests in the town limits and multiple drug-related arrests. That's all.
Thank you. And as always, we have our attachments for committee meetings and boards, financial reports. Do we have anyone here from leadership of any of the committees that would like to give a verbal report? Anyone? I don't see anyone. Is there any discussion or questions from the council?
Dee, can I ask you a question? You said to study our report.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about it later, but I just wanted to make sure I was notating everything in our budget for the IT. So on page 3, like what all of our costs were, because we have storage and backup and security and that archiving. So is on page 3, it's kind of in the middle. It's 4010206 information technology expenses. Is that part of that?
The public records archiving is by itself. The one that's
Yeah.
that is what we pay to have.
So
our
is
Facebook.
that
That's what we pay to have our Facebook backed up.
okay?
Archive Social,
Archive
the
Social.
vendor that backs up our Facebook.
And that's just, I pay that once a year, and it covers the year. It's everything that is on our Facebook and our Nextdoor account.
But that's different from Bill Stone.
That's right. It's not part of him at all.
Okay, so what's record storage is just
Record storage is because we don't have any storage space at the town hall, and
That's
so
archives.
that's actual records like that we keep on offsite storage.
What's the where do I find the Bill Stone?
That's the information technology expenses. So
Okay,
that's
so
what
it's
you'll-
just that one.
Yes. Unless there is anything, unless there is, like a purchase of a computer, and that would be down, like, for
And then
admin, that would be
equipment.
under computer equipment and peripherals,
Okay,
and that's separated out for admin, planning, and parks and rec.
okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure, first I lumped everything, and then. I
Yeah,
was like-
that's Bill's, that's just his bill alone,
Okay.
information technology. Oh, well, and also,
Subscriptions and
it's also,
warranties.
yeah, it's subscriptions and warranties, like our, Adobe Acrobat,
Yeah.
and also, our
All
internet.
Microsoft.
And the internet expense is separate from that, it's underneath that, but everything, of course, we used to buy, like, software, CDs and stuff, but now everything's a subscription.
Right.
So it's Microsoft, it's Zoom, and, all our Adobe.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Ms. Hall,
Thank you for reading it.
Sure.
we had our audit recently, and I was just going back and looking at some of the previous ones, like the 2023 audit. I noticed on there that it said that they recommended that the governing board become more involved in oversight. Did we do anything from 2023 to 2024 where the governing board became more involved?
Well, I don't think that was the intent. That's the standard thing that they say when you have a limited, they say that to everyone that doesn't have a big accounting department. So if you would ask the auditor, she would say, you have it as good as you can have it, because we have 3 approvals for every expenditure and 2 signatures on every check. And, so it's just because Scott and I are the only 2
Yeah,
people on the audit.
it's a segregation of duties
That's what it's
comment.
called.
We get that in a town I was at before, small local government. It's something auditors
standard.
will say if you don't have enough employees to divide that up. But they have in the past always complimented our cash management investment policy in regard to that segregation of duties.
And that's been-
involving council members on signatures and
That's
approvals.
right, and that's been on every audit we've ever had.
And as a previous auditor, I understand that's probably standard for a place with few employees like this. But of course, it's still a recommendation that the governing board, that's why they put it on there, because it's a recommendation that they become more involved in the oversight. But it sounds like everything has stayed the same from 23 to 24. Thank you.
Well, I'd ask a follow-up question. How many perfect audits have you had these?
All right, that's 7 perfect audits.
7.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you. Any other questions or discussions on that?
So when you have an external audit like that, as somebody who used to do internal audits, external audits check account numbers, make sure that the money went back and forth. They check the books mainly, but they don't really come into the office and check things.
Oh, they do, they spend hours and hours.
So they did, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
But they still recommended though that we have, did they recommend we have
No,
oversight?
they didn't recommend that the council do anything more than.
On the 2023 audit, it did not say that at the bottom. They said they recommend due to the size of the office that there's more.
That's
governing
the
oversight.
standard paragraph that they put on the audit for the last 20 years.
So it was on there.
Well, I don't recall her saying.
Not
anything.
as you phrase it.
What was the name of the auditing company from 2023?
Cindy Randolph was our auditor.
Randolph, right, yeah. I'll pull that. I think it did say, if it says it, I'd like to do it if we can, find some way. I don't see how it would hurt if we have more oversight.
Sure.
Thank you.
Certainly have nothing to hide.
Well, I don't think that's the intent. I think more or less it's just that it's something that we're supposed to do if they recommend it.
A recommendation is not necessarily something you're supposed to do.
I tend to disagree with that.
So that's not surprising.
I mean, if they say we recommend that you do this,
Is there any other discussion?
yeah, I mean, if someone says, I recommend that you do this, do you believe that means they think that we shouldn't?
They didn't say they recommended we have another perfect audit, but we've had 7.
I'm not,
7 times she's been perfect.
if they said we recommend more oversight from the governing body, do you think we shouldn't?
I think if we're perfect, I'll stick with it. I think we have enough other things that can occupy our time, abilities, and talents.
I have a question. Is it every audit, or is it just last year?
It's been on every audit that the town's ever had.
Was it on the 24 audit as well?
What?
Was it on the audit from this year as well?
We don't have a 24 audit yet.
Okay, 23.
24 will finish at June 30th, and
Gotcha.
then we'll have an audit from that. It's been on everyone. And it was also on everyone when I worked in Madison, and as far as I know, it's on every small town in the state.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, public comments. We do have 3 opportunities for public comments tonight, folks. One under public comments was just in general, anything you'd like to discuss or come up and talk about. If you'll come up and give us your name, your address, then your 3 minutes will start. You have 3 minutes to discuss that. But then also, if you're here for item number 11, that public hearing, you have that opportunity. And item number 12, there's that public hearing. So I would say, if I call your name for number 8, and you're specifically here to speak on behalf of the public hearing under number 11 or the public hearing under number 12, just let me know, and I'll set it to the side and we'll call you again later. Okay? So, the first one I have here is Teresa Perryman.
Teresa Perryman, 7401 Greelon Drive, Summerfield. First of all, I would just like for y'all to quit lying to the citizens about the fire protection. Never in the House bill did it ever mention fire protection. Dwayne has given y'all the numbers. There is nothing in the House bill. All it says is a water and sewer infrastructure. That's all it is. And Lynn, you must want another design contest for the above ground tank. Years ago, fire department asked for an underground tank. And it's, again, I can't tell you, it's nothing but a water system. That's all it is. And there's only one person on Summerfield Road that wants the sidewalk. Only one person. Y'all hear that? One person. Let him build his own sidewalk. Leave everybody else out of it. Nobody else wants it. There is 7 road crossovers on this trail. 7 times for somebody to get run over, somebody to get hurt. Big liability. Y'all are not paying attention to that. Now, Lynn, you are correct. I did watch Guilford County Commissioners Retreat. And you're now asking the whole United States to fund the money to tear down Laughlin School. ARCA comes from federal money, not just Guilford County. So you're asking the whole United States to tear down our little school. It's for other projects that had not been discussed. But tonight's the first time I ever heard about some of these projects. And I still believe that it would make a great town hall. And the other things, I'm not going to go on. Adios, Scott. You know how I feel? Love you, buddy. Good day to quit. Bye.
Church Brown.
My name is Church Brown, and I live at 6204 Moore Street Drive here in Summerfield. I was appalled to learn that 4 members of this council, Lynn Devaney, Janelle Robinson, Jonathan Hamilton, and Heath Clay, voted not to renew Scott Whitaker's employment contract at 1 o'clock in the morning of February the 14th. In my opinion, this decision was mean-spirited and 100% political. Scott Whitaker has faithfully served the town of Summerfield for 12 years. During this time, Scott has shown a keen ability in the management of the town's business. Scott has never had any disciplinary actions taken against him by the town council. Lynn and Janelle, you both voted for pay increases for Scott every year that you've been on the council. Make no mistake, this decision to remove Scott was personal and it was vindictive. It happened because Scott did not take up the mantra of anti-development that Lynn, Janelle, Jonathan, and Heath have adopted. Scott's firing was especially heartless, given that all 4 members of the council chose to do this, knowing Scott's wife, Emily, is fighting a very difficult battle with breast cancer. Lynn, Janelle, Jonathan, and Heath, you should all be ashamed of yourselves, and your actions are simply reprehensible. So where does the town of Summerfield stand today, given the actions of the majority of this town council? Number 1, Scott Whitaker was fired. Number 2, Bob Hornick, town attorney, resigned in the aftermath of Scott's firing. Number 3, the morale of the Summerfield town staff is very low because they are devastated at Scott losing their leader. Number 4, de-annexation of 1,000 acres in Summerfield is moving forward, and I can't blame the developer after seeing what this council has done over the past few months. Incredibly, one of the 4 council members that I have been referring to told me in a recent phone conversation that de-annexation would not be a bad thing for Summerfield because the town would still retain 95% of its land. Number 5, the NAACP appears to be moving forward with a lawsuit against Summerfield. According to the NAACP, the town is preventing the development of certain types of housing, thus discriminating against people of color. This will be an expensive lawsuit that will surely erode town funds. In closing, it is my opinion that this council has limited to virtually no understanding of how to run a town. My fear is that the inexperience and lack of business acumen of the majority of the Summerfield Town Council is going to cost the town a significant amount of money and quite possibly a loss of its charter. And for what? All to stop a property owner from building different types of housing for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Lexi Klein.
Hey, my name is Lexi Klein. I live at 7966 Highfield Road. I stand before you a lifelong resident of Summerfield and a local public school teacher. Don't worry, Janelle. My principal already knows I'm here, so there's no need for you to call the school tomorrow morning. My family has lived and farmed in this town for 7 generations. Some could say we've seen it all, the good, the bad, and the ugly. In fact, the ugly is exactly what I'm here to speak to you about. I am here today as a direct result of the actions of the current council. It has become abundantly clear that the majority is fast-tracking the town to certain disaster. Despite sending multiple emails that garnered no responses initially and received only canned responses after weeks of prodding, I still have no answers or explanations for the dangerous and foolhardy decisions that have been made since February 13th. My hope is that today will force you to listen. It might even force you to reconsider your actions, but that remains to be seen. Scott Whitaker has faithfully served this town for 12 years. His track record is stellar, and he's never been put on any sort of action plan. His colleagues speak warmly of him, and his character is unimpeachable. You chose to sever that relationship without any warning. A little over 6 months ago, Devaney and Robinson voted to award him a 5% raise. Not to mention his wife is currently battling breast cancer, and you've single-handedly stripped away her health insurance when she needs it the most. Our quaint town has long been lauded for its hospitality. Your actions have directly assailed our reputation. There's a word for that despicable and inhumane just don't quite cover. Something doesn't add up here, and I'm not saying that just because I have an English degree and I'm poor at math. And yes, Jonathan Hamilton, I've read your vague and nondescript presser that you feel somehow absolves you of any guilt. Newsflash, it doesn't. Many towns just like ours have similar contracts for their managers, and Scott's contract was designed specifically to insulate his livelihood from inept and vindictive council members. I believe I'm looking at a few today. As I stand here tonight, I want you to understand that the entire town has its eyes on you. We see the things you do and say. We see that you are pretending as if your constituents don't exist. We see that you're so excited to have the smallest bit of power that you're going to leave our town in ruins as a result. We see you pretending to be fiscally conscious while blowing an exorbitant sum of money on a public relations firm with no measurable goal. We see it all, and we will remember it all when you are up for re-election. As I leave this podium, I implore you to course correct. You can do the right thing. It is not too late. Leonardo da Vinci once said that nothing strengthens authority so much as silence. I hope that you hear my voice tonight, that it is loud, and that it forces you to really stop and think whether or not this is the side of history you want to be on. Renew Scott Whitaker's contract. Our town needs him now more than ever.
Thank you. Joe Shelton?
My name's Joe Shelton. I live at 7726 Penns Grove Road, Summerfield, North Carolina. A lot of what I had to say about Scott was taken a minute ago, so I want to go in a different direction. I attended that special meeting a week ago, and I was sickened by what I saw. I saw you in particular abusing the mayor for no apparent reason. You got a smirk on your face now like you don't like him. That's why you challenged the thing with D. You're going to be a problem the entire time, right? We thought we got rid of that problem when we voted you guys in, and we just got a worse problem. I don't understand what your attitude is and why you dislike these people, particularly the mayor, and you think that Scott and Scott is doing a bad job, and I don't see it. What is your education exactly, Scott, toward your profession?
I have a Master of Public Administration.
Which one of you four has that? What are you going to do when you fire him and he walks out the door? Which one of you is going to do his job? If she tries to do your job, I'm not going to ever talk to her again. Because that's what you're going to try to do, is dump it on her. Because you don't have any idea how to run a town. You don't have any idea what he does. You think you're smarter than he is. And you think you're smarter than all we are. You don't represent me anymore. And you don't represent me, and you don't represent me. So when you start saying we're going to do this, everybody thinks that, you can say Joe Shelton doesn't like that. And I think Mr. Doggett there, I jumped on him last week because he said, never mind that. But it's not right. The way you're acting toward each other, the way you're acting toward the mayor, the way you're acting toward Scott, it's just not right. And I don't know where this attitude comes from. Where's it coming from? Tell us. We want to know where your attitude's coming from and why you don't care. Because you're making a mess of things. You realize that, right? If you don't realize it, we got a more serious problem than I thought. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry that I had to get up here and say how much you embarrassed me in that last meeting. And I really was offended by it. You had no reason to talk to the mayor like that. And you jump right in on top of him. You'll pile on whenever you can. And Lynn, I voted for you because I thought you supported us. And I'll take my vote back if I could. I would. And Clay, I don't know who you are. That's all I have.
Thanks, sir. Mary Horlacher.
Mary Horlacher, 7012 Blacksmith Court, Summerfield. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak, and obviously there's a lot of dissension in this room, but I just want to welcome the newly elected council, and I want to speak to Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what direction Summerfield is going in or what's happening to Summerfield. There's been an awful lot of dissension. As the leader of Summerfield, I would ask everyone to please support the council. They were voted into office by the residents of Summerfield, and I would hope that our leaders, even if they don't like one another, could be more respectful of one another without throwing everybody under the bus.
Can you stop the clock a minute? I'm going to get him out of your way.
I would ask that we put an end to the snipey articles and posts on social media. As the mayor and the leader of our town, you set the tone and the tolerance. So I hope that we can all be accountable to be respectful, be disagreeable, but not throw people under the bus. To me, all it does is it puts a divide in the town, chaos ensues, and nothing can really get accomplished. I worked in schools for many years. It reminds me of middle schoolers trying to find their way. I just hope we can follow the golden rule. As our elected official, Mr. Mayor, I want to keep Summerfield from being de-annexed. So, for the love of God and our country, to show compassion for our land, our wildlife, our neighbors, small towns across the United States, All of the above is worth preserving. All of the above is priceless. Show the state of North Carolina how to embrace small towns. Show other towns how it is done. Set an example and show towns across America that small towns are worth embracing, worth preserving. They're history lessons that our forefathers set forth. 30 years ago, we moved here. When we moved here, nobody wanted to live in Summerfield because it was so far out of town. I grew up on an island. I don't mind being out nowhere. I love the country. I love our neighbors. I love the land. It's all beautiful. If you want to do something huge, I think we need to work on the schools for the kids and preserve our town and its gem. Please do not let greed destroy our town.
You finish your sentence.
De-annexation is destructive to Summerfield and its citizens. It doesn't have, we need to protect the land for our generations. I just don't have enough time to finish, but thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Beth Kaplan.
Beth Kaplan, 7979 Highfield Road. Before I get started, I would encourage y'all all to watch the county commissioners meeting that Lynn went to, especially High Point and the mayor of Pleasant Garden when they talked about housing and water for fire protection. They did a really great talk, so I encourage you to watch that. I stand before you tonight to remind you that we are the richest town of our size in the state by a lot. Yet we can't honor the severance package of our hardworking town manager. We've heard that his contract was unfair to the town, but we stand before you and tell you it is not. We can afford to design a town hall not once, not twice, but 3 times, but we can't pay out a loyal employee. We can afford to pay attorney fees for lawsuits that are related to unqualified council members. I believe we're still paying on this. We pay lawyers to defend us for not filling our public records requests fast enough, but we can't pay for an employee that has gotten caught up in a political struggle. We pay for an expensive PR firm with no guarantee of a positive outcome, but we can't spend our money on a dedicated member of our town staff. We have a group called Keep Summerfield Rural, yet we're unable to demonstrate the quality of being rural by taking care of one of our own. Our small staff and our limited services government is our family. Be a leader, show your love of Summerfield, and put Summerfield first. If you're determined to terminate our town manager's contract, then do the right thing and pay out his severance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Kyle Stalls.
Good evening, Kyle Stalls, 7823 Wilson Farm Road. I'm simply here to float an idea. I don't know what the conversations will be like later in terms of updates on the PR firm or something like that, but I'm sure we've all had the joy over the last few months of explaining to friends or strangers or non-residents the story of what's going on here. I just got to do that on Sunday at church. So what's going on? And I gave them the spiel. Thinking about that, it's my suggestion, I'm just throwing this out there, that the town or we as citizens produce some sort of a piece of media that can be easily shared on social media, with news outlets, with major media, something that you can send to friends, to family, something in 2 to 3 minutes, a video explanation that will concisely explain what is poised to happen here on this legislative session that's coming up. I believe it can be done. I believe that something can easily be put together that is professional and that explains exactly what's going on. Because regardless of your opinion on the path that got us here, what is poised to happen to this town is unjust, and we owe it to every other small town in this state to shine as bright of a spotlight as possible on that injustice. We do not deserve the de-annexation that is a threat that's held over the head of the town. So I am personally volunteering my time as a citizen to write, block, and do my best to produce a piece of media. I think it can be done in 3 to 4 days, based on conversations with friends who work in media. Just, again, a simple video explanation that can be easily shared and distributed with a transcript that summarizes everything that's going on, because I've explained this situation to all kinds of people, and everybody that I explain it to immediately recognizes the injustice of what's being done to this town. And it just, I don't know what the exact plan is with a PR firm, but it seems like there just aren't as many barriers to getting our message out, and that's what we owe it to the rest of the state to do. Because things like this, supporting the de-annexation in HB 5 should be a politically untenable position for every politician in this country. And the only way that it can get by is if not enough attention is drawn to it. So if anybody would like to contact me about that, I'd be willing to volunteer as much of my time as needed to make it happen. My contact's there, and that's it. Thank you so much for your time.
Gail Dunham.
Gail Dunham, 5805 Snow Hill Drive. The greatest resource in this town is the people. And we have a variety of talent and professionalism that is being ignored. And you will only let us speak for 3 minutes once a month. I think you need, the way you have suppressed public participation just continues to grow. On the first suggestion on the A&Y is that they asked A&Y just to vote no for that motion. There's problems with safety. This has gone on for 10 years. People don't want it. You haven't talked to them. The only meeting that you had was last year, and you called it a listening meeting. That meant that you allowed them to come in if they found it on the website, and they could listen. But there was no guarantee that they could even ask questions. And the way you want to divide it in half is, again, to suppress public participation, to suppress public information. How many of you want something 12 feet wide? If in your personal home, do you want something 12 feet wide in the front yard for a public bicycle path? And you probably have big front yards. People don't want it if they've been firm about it. I would ask you, I'm very concerned about the water update. I have a copy of this contract. And they're going to build a $1 to $2 million water tower on a $2 million piece of property. The 13 acres that the town owns is 13 acres. Dee said, well, it doesn't matter because the town owns it. It still has a value of $2 million. The contract, and I've gone through the contract only has meetings with the town, more meetings with the town. And if you look at page 5, one of your campaign promises, and you said in the past that you've protected existing wells, you're protecting existing wells, you're not protecting existing wells. If you look at page 5, the only potential will be 4 borings drilled to a depth of 20 feet. That does not protect the existing wells. And you prove this. You never thought about the complications of any of this. It was just like, well, great, we can control this. Friesen Nichols has gotten up here and said, well, you can buy water from all these different sources. You can have sewer. Friesen Nichols is looking at Summerfield as a lifetime annuity, I think, because this time we can't buy water. But we do need to address the water issues. But we have to understand that we're not able to buy existing water, but you do need to protect the existing wells. There's been no meetings. There's no public meetings. When you were doing this, I asked if we could please ask questions. Absolutely not. No public participation. Just ran through this contract. People don't even know what's in here. You're not protecting the wells, and you said you can use multiple sources. May I talk one more thing about Bandera?
Yeah, about 20 seconds.
Thank you to John Doggett for bringing up the issue of the Bandera home that was rented for $500. Realtors and Zillow have said it could be $2,000 a month. Somehow you have received $3.5 million in grants. There's a tremendous support. Donations, professional organizations, nonprofits want Bandera. And now you're saying, oh, we don't have any money for Bandera. And you want to put in porta potties instead of giving people washrooms. And you're saying, well, we're going to pay, so we're going to get Sebastian King for $7,000 a month, and he's going to get money.
Okay.
What is he giving you for $50,000 so far?
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Priscilla Olnick.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, everybody. Tim, you're looking good.
Thank you.
I'm noticing that, and it looks good. I may not always agree with y'all, but I appreciate the job you do. It's very hard. I know how much work y'all put in. I don't think anybody quite realizes the tasks that you all have in front of you, and things just seem to be getting more difficult and more difficult. I am here today to talk about de-annexation. We need to do something. April 24th is the first day of the short session, and I wholeheartedly believe that it will come swiftly, and we're going to be standing here with our faces hanging out. So like the gentleman that spoke before, I am willing to give my time. I think the video is a great idea. I'll be calling you. We need lists, we need people to email, we need people to call. We need fact sheets. We need to be able to present this stuff to the General Assembly. There is no way that they have all of this time to read all of the information, where we've been, how we got there, what was given. Like, we've got to do something. We are self-imploding. Nothing is happening. I see nothing. Updates on the PR. I personally support a PR firm. I think we need to get the message across, or we're going to just get eaten alive. This is the single most important issue that is facing this town, and it includes all of us, everybody. So we can sit here and bicker, and we can sit here and fight, and we can sit here and point fingers, but we are getting nothing done. I would like to get something done. I too am willing to spend my time. Y'all know I will. I've told you this before. What do you need? Tell me what you need. You want us to write, you want us to call, you want a bus, you want a video. What is it that y'all want? Because you have a lot of citizens, like Gail says, we are your biggest asset. We will work for you. We want to save this town. So please tell us what we can do. Let's have a little togetherness. Let's try to work together for a common goal. Let's be productive. Let's not bicker and argue and fight and point fingers and all of that. So please, y'all, let's get it done. We're willing to help. Let me know how we can help you, okay? Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Patty Stokes.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Patty Stokes, 6911 Maynard Road here in Summerfield. I want to speak on two topics. First, I want to say that I was disheartened at the Majority Council's decision last month to not renew Scott Whitaker's contract. In the almost 12 years that I have known Scott, since he's been employed by the town, I've seen nothing to indicate that he is incompetent, reckless, immoral. He is kind of quirky, but I can tolerate that. I've not seen that he's a poor manager of staff. Is he disrespectful, fraudulent, or any other reason I can think of that would justify making this drastic decision to essentially fire him? In fact, I found him to be highly competent, dedicated, knowledgeable, respectful to citizens and elected officials, and even people who have publicly insulted and humiliated him or attempted to do so during meetings. I've seen him hold his head up high, and he's been civil and always respectful. So I'm wondering, is there something egregious that he's done that we're not aware of? And I realize the sensitivity of personnel issues, but you've left us some of us are just totally befuddled. What is it? What is it that's made you make this decision, and what is it that's made you come to this decision now? What did you discover that previous councils in the last 11 plus years have not seen? We don't know,
But if you don't and you can't give us any explanation, we're just left to wonder, why in the world are you doing this? And why are you doing this now? On the subject of de-annexation, I echo Kyle. We will definitely be reaching out to Priscilla, Gail. Interesting that this is the one issue that for the first time I can remember that has actually brought people from long ago different sides of the fence together. And I think, as Priscilla said, and she and I have had conversations recently, we're not seeing any direction from the council that could be helpful to us as citizens. We're willing to mobilize. What we're seeing is a lot of finger pointing and a lot of rehashing, and there's just not time for that, and it's not productive. How we got here, as Kyle said, who did what when, who should have done what when, it's not productive. And now, based on the attorney's response to your letter, Jonathan, David Kelch's attorney, I think it's pretty clear that that door for negotiation is closed. So we have no choice but to fight de-annexation. We have nothing to gain from it as a town and everything to lose. Please, as previous citizens have said, use us, give us direction. Remember that you are leaders. You're a divided team, and any coach will tell you it doesn't matter how talented you are, how brilliant. If your team is going in different directions, you cannot win. Please, we're willing to help. Thank you.
Kara Donor.
Hi, I'm Kara Donor. I live at 2644 Lunsford Road. I'm here for a different reason tonight. I'm here to introduce myself. Thank you, Council, for having me and the citizens of Summerfield. I am running for the school board in District 5 in Guilford County, and just wanted to say hi. I haven't met everyone personally, but you know, I was in a Bible study a couple weeks ago, and we learned that Jesus was the first advocate. And that's important, I think, for me to hear and for us to hear today, because you all are all advocates if you're here discussing all these important issues and sharing your passions. And I have been an advocate for the last 25 years. I have worked in policy and legislative affairs, starting in the federal government, working for the governor, and then currently I work for Via Health. We manage Medicaid for the state for people who have intellectual and developmental disabilities, substance use disorders, and also foster care. But the reason I'm running for school board is I think I can help craft solutions, especially in the area of behavioral health. I think we all know that we are in a battle for the minds of our children. And if you don't think so, you should go back and watch the congressional hearings that happened about a month ago, where the social media companies, 4 out of 5 were subpoenaed, and they put protections in for our kids a week before they testified. But what they found is, in a month, there are 100,000 cases of exploitation of children, 20,000 cases of sextortion, and 650,000 drug dealers were taken off of Snapchat. And this is happening right here in our schools in Guilford County. We have people infiltrating. We even have people trafficking our children within the schools. I would like to work on behavioral health in the aspect of making sure every teacher has first aid training in mental health. We found that teachers who do take that training use it within 3 months because of the status of our children and mental health concerns. I also think we need more transparency in schools for our parents, and I think we really need to focus on public safety. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dwayne Crawford.
Dwayne Crawford, 11. Did y'all see that jump? Dwayne Crawford.
I didn't push a button that called.
Dwayne Crawford, 1106 NC Highway 150 West. Couldn't agree more with this gentleman. There needs to be a press release, something that we can put in our hands, that we can put in other hands, something we can send to other small towns down east towards the mountains. There's lots of towns that are in jeopardy. If this thing goes through, everybody's in jeopardy. Couldn't agree more. I'm ready to help. I'm ready to volunteer. I think it would be very valuable, that press release, it needs to get in somebody's hands so they can start sending it out to these other towns. And I'm ready to go take a trip with Raleigh, to Raleigh. But I need somebody to coordinate that. I don't have time to figure out the right time and the right place to go. But I'm ready to take a trip with Raleigh with however many citizens want to go and knock on doors and have discussions with our legislators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Blust.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm John Blust, 5630 David Christian Place, Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm here for 3 reasons: to thank people for their votes last Tuesday, and to be encouraging, and to say I'm willing to work on this issue. And I'm encouraged, because I talked to 3 members today. Now, I'm still very tired out, so I haven't really gotten into it hard, but I talked to 3 members of the House today, and that's where the action is. They've got to get 61 votes. That's the bottom line. This has got to be in some vehicle, which it is now in House Bill 5, in a conference report on House Bill 5, never having gone through either chamber, never having gotten a hearing or a vote. But that thing's got to come back through the Senate and the House and get 2 votes on second and third reading. Now, it's already had past second reading in the Senate, but the House, I think, is ready to vote no. But that's not to say let your guard down. Keep emails going, keep visiting, always be respectful. A member told me today they had gotten more emails on this in the last session than on abortion. So that has an effect. Also, the fact that it is unjust. It's not just the subject is unjust to say, you guys have to give in to this developer or we're going to take half your town away, or whatever percentage it is, but the fact that it doesn't even get a vote, it doesn't even get run as a bill, there's no committee hearing to put it in a conference report. Now, the other good thing I heard today is it's going to be a very quick session, is what they're saying, and my worry is this thing can be taken out of House Bill 5 and placed in anything all session long at the whim of one person. Really has to get 2 people. The speaker and the pro tem have to agree back in the back room. And I've seen things linger for months and waiting for just the right opportunity to just bring it up quickly, pass it, while we've got a quick majority on the floor. I saw in 2001, they held an issue on the House calendar for probably 5 months, and every day the majority leader's aide would come out and count all the votes, see who's on the floor, seeing if can we rush that through now, because the perfidy you see in politics is depressing at times. But in fact, I had a friend from Wake who would hide, see the aide coming in and hide under his desk, hoping she wouldn't count him, bring it up, and it'd be voted down. So keep up the work and keep contacting your members. And this thing has a good chance of going down. Redistricting is no longer hanging over these members' heads like it was last session. That's been done. They can't draw them out of a district. And the precedent of the casinos going down because 30 House Republicans told the Speaker, we're not voting for that under any condition. So keep it up. I think there's hope. Thank you.
Danny Nelson.
I'm Danny Nelson, 2500 Pleasant Ridge Road. I'm speaking to Mike. My voice is so low people can't hear me. So anyway, what I want to do is just speak on the annexation a little bit. I've the public relations firm. I'm pretty much, I agree with a whole lot of what's been said here, especially Mr. Bliss. I think public relations is good that Turkey firm, but I would emphasize strongly, and everything I understand, to use personal relations. and that means emails. So take some of your Facebook time and spend it on emailing these legislators and everything, because this does affect every town in the state of North Carolina. It affects you personally. If it happens here, it happens somewhere else. So what I'd like to emphasize is let the people speak to these legislators and know that we are the ones here. The one other thing, with that said, I just emphasize it. Do the emailing if you take the time and everything, and support what we all stand for here as far as keeping the annexation from happening. The other thing, I'll speak real quick as far as water. I was a Greensboro firefighter for 30 years. I know a little bit something about firefighting. I've been gone almost 25, but houses still catch fire, they still burn. And we're talking about water resources and everything. We had hydrants all through Greensboro. If you remember the drought back when, we had to start looking for water sources such as lakes and such as that, because the lakes was drying up, they're going bad. That can happen here with water systems. The wells, people come running the wells when it all happens. We fought some really big fires, but during that time with all these apartments, it needs water and sewer for these apartments, so you're actually laying groundwork for these developers when you create a water system. You're opening the doors for them, for businesses, for apartments and everything, and they still water sources all around. I can walk to Greensboro City water hydrant where I live. That didn't happen years ago, but there's water sources all around. It don't have to be clean, potable water to put out a fire. Wet water puts out fire. I don't care where it comes from. So that's what I disagree with, what happened way back when the chief wrote off these water points and everything. They should have been backed up. Even if you do a water system, they still need backup for bad times. This could easily have been resolved and still can. So there again, I'd like to help with any of that if anybody's interested in any of my conversation. I'm out of time. Thank you for it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Smith. That is all I have for public comments, unless I missed someone. Have I missed anybody? Okay. Our time of public comments then is closed. We'll now see if the council manager, attorney, anyone here behind the table has any responses to the public comments.
I have one response. As far as Laughlin, I did not ask for ARPA funds to be for Laughlin. I asked that Guilford County Schools, if they can't sell that building, this is the skinning process, then they surplus it. And when they surplus it, it goes to the county commissioners. And then the county commissioners can decide to sell it or whatever they want to do. I simply asked for them to give us that facility, and then that way we would get it at no cost, because Mr. Doggett and I agreed that it would cost a whole lot of money to start over, and then if we could do it, we would have to rebuild in possible phases to accomplish all the things that we wanted to do. So there were no ARPA funds involved in that. The other thing I wanted everybody to know is, Mr. Bless, you touched on it, but could you give us a little more detail to how, what happens with the process in the bill, because it doesn't have to go back to committee, but how it can be yanked out and voted on? And do you have like clarity on how Senator Berger, because he's the president of the Senate, he can manipulate that bill in and out?
Yeah, now the one check, and thank God for bicameral legislatures instead of unicameral, because it's got to pass two different bodies. And what has happened, aside from this bill, what you've seen over the years, and it's been both parties, I feel a little egg on my face as a Republican, because we used to rail against the Democrats for doing some of these things.
and then we took the majority and took up their ways. And it's not pleasant to see, but the speaker would have to agree with the pro tem, the president pro tem of the Senate. And what you've seen happen in the past is the president pro tem finds out things that the speaker really wants dearly, and he can get them through the Senate in return for the speaker getting things that are dear and near to the Senate leader going through the House. And a lot of times it seems like the members get bypassed because those two positions have created so much power over the years that members are afraid to take on the leadership. That's just a fact, that it's hard to get up in a room just like this to walk. If I knew everybody in here was thinking one way on something, to get up and try to make the case for the other side is not an easy thing to do. In the House, luckily, it's developing that a group is starting to get more and more courageous about doing these things. But to get into your question specifically is, they will take something and take it out of one thing, put it in another in the dead of night, and sometimes not even tell people. And that's the problem with these enormous bills, is with many subjects, is that members don't always know what's going on. And something passes and the next day you find out, I can't believe that. I didn't know that was in there. And there's not always time to read everything and know what's in one of these measures. And that's why I've always advocated for a rules regimen rather than a whim of the leader regimen, where you have rules that you have single subject bills. You have rules where nothing can go in a conference report that wasn't in one of the two houses' version of a bill. There's ways that you could check this power under the rules, and hopefully that will happen next session. But the big thing is the short session. It's still under the old rules and old regimen. But just the fact that enough House members have gotten tired of, it seems, House Republicans. A lot of Democrats will vote no, I think, on the issue, but you need enough House Republicans that you add up to 61 no's, and they'll probably count the votes ahead of time. I'm hoping they'll have a caucus, a closed-door session of all the House Republicans, and they'll discuss it, and the Speaker will go to the pro tem like he did on the casinos, and said, I don't have the votes to get this budget through the House if you put the casino issue in it. And so hopefully the House caucus will discuss this and make it clear early on, we're not going to do this. Can't say that for sure, but I'm going to keep working on that. And the majority leader, since I've been down 3 times since I've been out, and the third time I didn't go, but twice he let me into the caucus. So I'm hoping now, as someone who they think is going to come back, that they'll let me in and maybe even address the caucus. And I'm just going to be brief, not get into the issues if I get in there, and just say, you know that putting things in a conference report that never get considered is not in keeping with the spirit or the letter of what a legislative body subject to the will of the public is supposed to be. And I hate that we got in these habits, and hopefully it can be broken, and maybe this issue can be one of the things that makes the dam burst and business stops being done this way.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Any other comments?
There were some ideas floated in here about ways that we should respond to the annexation. I think we're going to discuss those tonight, so just hang tight.
Anyone else? I would just say, Ms. Torlacher, comments. I think she must have left. I don't have my contacts in, so I can't see real good, but I will just say that, when you have worked so long and have so much respect for an individual as I have for Scott Whitaker, that it is difficult to consider setting that aside to work with people. And it's been communicated, Mr. Whitaker, that I may or may not be in support of him. So I would publicly, very publicly say right now that I would very strongly recommend to this council to immediately begin negotiations to see if Mr. Whitaker would stay. And in the absence of that, to at least, and I would entertain a motion. Since I can't make a motion, I would suggest someone consider making that motion. And in the absence of that motion, I would recommend that someone make a motion to go ahead and let Mr. Whitaker go now and pay him 9 months severance when his contract runs out, which I think is June, and let him go and take care of his family matters. So if there's any doubt about how I feel about Scott Whitaker, I hope that clears it up. And I could say a lot more. Hours. But I think that says it all.
So are you asking for a motion now?
I would certainly entertain one.
Well, I make a motion that we pay, if we're not going to renew his contract, we pay Scott Whitaker a year in severance.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion does not carry. Okay, on to item number 10, Bandera Farms Park.
Maybe I should, can we back up a little bit to comments?
Yeah, back up.
I'm sorry. No.
Pick it up. It's one thing to serve up here, but it's another thing to take this treatment from people. And we can listen to you, but we only have to take so much.
That is called the kettle black right there.
But I'm sorry, everyone in the audience, at that time,
Kettle black.
Take your water, chill feel.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Item number 10, Bandera Farms Park, the pond presentation. Mr. Whitaker.
So a few months back, we entered into a contract with Pond Company specifically for design and engineering of Bandera Farms Park. And this evening we have Lisa Roberts here representing Pond. We had promised that we would keep this before you and give you regular updates, and turn it over to you to introduce what you do for Pond and tell me when to speak for it.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate you. Sorry, not too loud. Appreciate you having me here tonight. My name is Lisa Roberts. I am a senior landscape architect with a consulting company called Pond and Company. I'm based out of Charlotte, and I have 21 years experience as a landscape architect doing these types of projects. I'm here representing the team, the entire design team, to help give an update on our progress on the project to this point. Go ahead. Click onto the next one here. So we have several different consultants representing different disciplines on this project. Again, Pond and Company, we represent the civil engineering, landscape architecture, and environmental consulting services. So those are our folks there underneath Pond and Company. We have another company called Stitch Design Shop, and they are the architects on the team. So that is Devin and Will. Sustainable Stables with Clay, he is helping consult with us in terms of the equestrian uses and the design that goes into that. And then we have other services as well in terms of survey and geotechnical and other cost estimating. So it definitely takes a village at times. Go to the next one, Scott. So some of our progress to date, you can click the next one here. I might back up just a little bit too, just a refresher. This is a 115 acre parcel.
If I may interrupt you just for 1 second, I don't mean to. Mr. Whitaker, I didn't see anything in the packet for this. Was there supposed to be anything in there for this?
Not for the presentation, we were still making changes as of, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you, just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something.
But we will put this on the website tomorrow, so it'll be available for the public.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Yeah, it's a 115-acre site over by Highway 73 and Bunch Road, if you're not familiar with the location of it, so the southwest part of town. And the park itself contains equestrian trails, the park, and a greenway segment. So where we've gotten to this point is in late December, we had a kickoff meeting with all the disciplines and client, and also did a site visit as well. We have gotten water resource delineation work done. So that is identifying the wetlands and getting those mapped correctly and accurately, the streams and stream types, and therefore we can figure out the requirements and other buffers that we need to take into account or adhere to while we're working on the design. So that kind of rolls in a lot of that water resource delineation work, or environmental work is usually gets lumped into that. The survey at this point is still in progress. And then we've had several design team coordination meetings, both large and small, between the different disciplines as well. And those are always ongoing in projects like these. And then we have taken from the original concept that was done for this park a few years ago. So we are now refining that concept, given some of this more detailed information that we have for the design to actually create construction documents. Go to the next one here. Some of the key features, this came from the original concept that was done and that we're carrying forward in our design work. So there I mentioned the equestrian park as part of this project. So with that there are 4.5 miles of equestrian trails. With that comes 9 trailer parking spaces. These are all pull-through spaces, so kind of a one-way movement, if you will, pull-through parking. There are accessible parking spaces with that as well. There are mounting blocks, again, both standard mounting blocks as well as forced mounting blocks. Standard and accessible mounting blocks. There'll be hitches and water spigots so folks can fill up buckets and whatnot for their horses with water. There is an adventure playscape, we're calling it, to create this destination, very high quality playground with inclusive play elements as well. Piedmont Greenway, there's a portion of that, approximately 1.2 mile section of that, of the Piedmont Greenway that is part of this project. And with that, there's a trailhead and a parking area for that. Right now at 61 parking spaces, that also has a one-way loop system for people to pull through into the park, as well as having accessible parking spaces in that parking lot as well. And then the trailhead obviously is directly adjacent to all these variety of park amenities. The list goes on. The next additional key features, park pavilion. So there will be a shelter with restrooms at 2 different locations, well, 2 locations based on the park, where the types of parking that are being provided in there, the equestrian parking versus the automobile parking. They will have the one that's located adjacent to the Piedmont Greenway access trailhead with the adventure playscape with it. The restroom and the storage building that's closer to the equestrian parking, that one also has restrooms located in it, and that has a bit more of a larger storage space to that as well for maintenance and other equipment that might need to be stored there. And then as far as other features of the park, there would be 2 gated entry drives to allow the town to control access to the park for both equestrian facilities during non-park hours as well. Next one. So with this, with all the key features that I bring up, obviously there's always opportunities and challenges with any project that we work on, and these are only just a few of them. So first and foremost, limiting as much disturbance to vegetation as we can. Obviously we want this to be a beautiful natural park, so our design will take that into account and essentially try to tiptoe around a lot of these really great features and vegetation that's on the site. Topography is also a challenge on this site as well, so allowing for accessibility and just basic access becomes a challenge in figuring out the correct ways and ways to route things through this park to allow people to access the park and to use the park. Kudzu management is a major issue on this site if you have seen it or ever been out there, and I'll just leave it at that. Wetland and stream buffers. Obviously, we have creeks, we have streams, and wetlands all in this area, and so there are associated buffers with those as well. So we have to work around those and not impact those. Creating a unique destination is another both opportunity and a challenge, given some of the topography and other site features we have to work with. We always look to accommodate a variety of users and make this as accessible to everybody who wants to use it as possible, and then providing ample amenities. So when we make a park like this, we want to make it a park that people can use and will want to use. All right. So as we've gotten into refining the concept plan that was originally done, this is an overview of the entire site. Excuse me, and I will zoom in. We will zoom in a future slide and more to the lower left where the trailheads are. That's where more of the intense amenities and elements of the park are. So you'll see the large swath of blue that's along the top side, or the north side, if you will, of this graphic, and that's your stream that we have, Reedy Fork Creek, as well as any of the other floodplains and a lot of wetlands that are associated with that as well. So that defines those areas. You have the darker brown line, which is the portion of the Piedmont Greenway Trail that we're looking at. That's at 1.2 miles that I had mentioned earlier, that starts up at the trailhead areas and works its way along that area. And then it's a little difficult to see with this lighting and up against the wall there, but all the other sort of spaghetti, if you will, there's some, here we go, yeah, some dotted brown lines that are all in there. That's the 4.5 miles of equestrian trails in and throughout the rest of the property. So there are some other smaller crossings in there, and again, working with a lot of the variety of topography in there as well. So that is kind of the bulk part of the site, if you will. Highway 73 is sort of the diagonal line there to the bottom, and then Bunch Road is kind of another diagonal line there off to the left, so that helps give you a little bit of reference to where you are. Next one, I think. We'll talk a little bit about the trails that I just mentioned in here. So this would be, this is a cross section that we have of the Greenway Trail itself. So this is a 6-inch compacted aggregate base to this Greenway Trail, and it allows for two-way traffic, so people to go in opposite directions on that, with a little bit of a 2-foot shoulder on either side for a little bit of shy distance there as well. There is obviously some clear space so that people on bikes and people that are walking don't get hit in the face with vegetation and whatnot as well. And then the side slopes that vary with that, again, varies a little bit with the terrain, so that's why we kind of have these sort of varying diagonal lines off to the side depending on where you're at. But none of those we're looking at getting any more than a 2-to-1 slope max on those, because obviously we do take into account we don't want to provide or create situations where there could be erosion. So that is kind of a typical, I say with kind of air quotes, cross section there for the Greenway Trail. You can go to the next one, Scott. When it comes to the equestrian trail design, by and large, it is more of a natural surface trail. It's usually about 3-foot wide minimum is the design standard, with some maintenance and emergency access areas. And there's other widened locations so that you can allow 2 horses to pass one another. So there might be areas where it might widen out a little bit more to accommodate that, so you could have multiple horses on the trail at the same time. Again, like I said, by and large, it is a natural trail surface throughout, but where there might be some areas where the trail surface might need to be improved, we can identify those areas and then we can get them improved as well. Next one. So this is the one where I talked about kind of zooming into this area where the trailheads are. That was sort of in that bottom left-hand corner of the overall site image. Now I've gotten Bunch Road, so we sort of rotated a little bit so it would fit better onto the slide. So now Bunch Road is down at the bottom of this graphic. So here's where you can see the 2 different trailheads to accommodate the 2 different types of uses that we have going on here. However, they are interconnected with connector trails throughout them. So we've got the 2 access points off of Bunch Road. You'll see that from the number 4 and then the number 15 circles that are there on the map. So those are your 2 gated access points. we've got the, I'll start kind of maybe from the left and then move over to the right. So the trailhead, there we go, yes. So this is the vehicular parking lot, not the equestrian parking lot, but the vehicular one that has access to the Greenway Trail. And so you can see the one-way loop parking system that we have through there. You can see the existing buildings there at number 6 as well. We've left those in there for additional reference. So there's a loop parking system with a handful of the accessible or the ADA parking spaces. And then as you get into sort of where the number 21 and 7 and 9 are, that's where you get into sort of more of our comfort stations or shelters. So number 7 is the trailhead building that has restrooms as well as an extended covered patio shelter. So you see all the little squares that are just there below the number 7. Those are representing picnic tables that would be underneath a covered shelter. And then those are directly next to and facing sort of that kind of yellowed speckled area, little sort of blob shape as it's showing right now, is the Adventure Playscape playground area. That is approximately at this point about 5,000 square feet or so, give or take. Again, we're still refining the concept on that to allow for a variety of different play features to be incorporated in there. But we like that location in there and shifted that just a little bit more to be able to tuck it into the trees and really create a more unique playground for folks to come and use, while also making it visible and accessible to the shelter and to the restrooms, which if there's any mothers or parents in here know that that's key to have access to the restrooms when you're dealing with a playground.
Lisa, while we're on that slide, just a reference point for the public. This is the house that's currently on that site. So when you see that ranch-style house, it's coming off of Bunch Road, circling around, and it's here. So all of that is to the east of the house.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Scott. So that covers most of the main features of the vehicular or the Greenway trailhead access parking area. And then when we move over a little bit to the right, where we have the other access point to accommodate the horse trailers and the equestrian trailhead. So we have the access point there at number 15 that makes its way and loops its way down and around. And this is where I was talking a little bit about where we have topography that we get to deal with. So when you're dealing with, particularly with horse trailers and getting an appropriate slope for those horse trailers to drive on. So that is why you kind of see it sort of come down and sort of loops around a little bit, because we have to kind of make up and get our grade going to get them down safely or up, back up safely up to Bunch Road. So that's why that does that and kind of loops around. And then you go into sort of a pull-through parking situation there, where we have our little graphics of little horse trailers and trucks through there, with a turnaround point at the bottom of the parking lot to then be able to make your way out as well. This particular parking lot and trailhead access also has an ADA accessible horse trailer parking spot, and you'll see that up there where it shows number 11. This parking lot here is by and large gravel parking lot, with the exception of the accessible parking area and then the concrete sidewalks that would be associated with that to get to the restroom buildings and other amenities on the site. So the number 13 there, sort of long bluish spot, is the accessible mounting block. So this would allow somebody who is in a wheelchair or otherwise impaired to be able to make their way up, to be able to mount their horse with the assistance of another person that would be on the other side of them. And then from there, having direct access to the equestrian trails, again, our sort of brown dotted line that would go out to that larger trail system that we saw a little bit ago. And then number 12 is the somewhat smaller restroom building with the maintenance and storage area with it as well. And so that would provide those services for people who were just coming to use the equestrian trails as well, but also serve for some maintenance and storage access. Okay.
Can I ask?
Yes.
On your picture for the horse trailers, you're showing tag-alongs. Can it handle bigger trailers?
Yes, it can, yeah. That was just the best graphic that I could find.
And Lisa, do you know where we settled on that final width and length on those parking spaces that might get to that?
Yes, yeah, so those parking spaces are approximately they're 24 foot wide. Yes, 24 foot wide, we have them at 28, but it went down to 24 foot wide. That helps to accommodate being able to get the horses out of the trailers and then around the sides. So yeah, that seems very, very wide because, well, we're dealing with some fairly large equipment and large animals as well. So yeah, that is where those widths have come from, with some way of defining those spaces. So when you're dealing with a gravel parking lot, obviously striping doesn't really work in that situation. So we're looking at ways to define those parking areas so that you can maximize the use of that parking space. You don't get one person that kind of comes in and, you know, parks perpendicular to everything and takes up 4 parking spaces. But again, there are also challenges with that in, you know, defining those spaces, but also not promoting or encouraging erosion that can happen if you put something that's sort of raised and it rains and you've got your gravel that's washing away. So all these fun things we get to try to deal with and figure out to make sure that this functions correctly for you and doesn't become more a maintenance headache.
I have a question on this slide. At the bottom where it says to future greenway connection, what is that?
That is from the original concept of where this kind of came across and ended there, and so we carried that forward with this there.
So we have Palmer McIntyre from PLC here that's going to speak briefly after. She can address that, but remember this Piedmont Greenway is part of a 19-mile project, so that would move on towards 68 and ultimately Triad Park and then beyond.
Okay, yeah, and then we can hit to the next one. I've talked a little bit about some of the park buildings, and I'm going to read this from them because I'm a landscape architect. I know to stay in my lane and not talk about architecture when they design structures. Our architects have given a little bit of a narrative that I wanted to share about these buildings. So the colored one that you can see there is the one that is over the larger structure that has the covered shelter that's over at the vehicular and the greenway access parking lot. And then sort of in the lower right-hand corner is the equestrian restroom and storage building as well. So, and this printed out really small, but I can't read. Okay, here we go.
Is this what you're trying to look at?
No, I'm just trying to read this text that the architects gave me to talk about the buildings, even with my glasses. So the site's going to incorporate these 2 structures to complement the park amenities that I've been talking a lot about. And wanted to stress that these buildings, really play a support role for the overall park vision. They're designed as a cost-effective solution while maintaining a lot of regional relevance and serve as a complementary element to the park experience. So the Piedmont Greenway Trailhead, so the one that I said that's here in color, has a restroom building built with durable concrete block exterior walls, and it houses 4 plumbing fixtures and a utility room for maintenance equipment. So I didn't mention that. There is a smaller sort of utility room as part of this building. I talked a little bit more about the larger storage one in the other building. The roof structure extends over this primary structure here to create this shaded seating adjacent to the playscape and signifies the entrance to the play experience. The structure is designed to fit within the landscape and provide essential programmatic functions, promoting natural wood materials. The design draws inspiration from traditional equestrian barn forms and their simplicity and utilitarian functions. The second structure that's here, that have the graphic of it in the bottom right-hand corner, this is the one that's located near the equestrian trailhead. So this utility building houses trail maintenance equipment and 2 additional restrooms to accommodate the horse riders. It's designed to relate to the Piedmont Greenway Trailhead, so it will have similar materials built with this one as there is in the other one, so they relate to one another in terms of their construction methods as well. The other just basic details, I think I mentioned them a little bit, though. Again, the Greenway Trailhead building has 4 total restroom fixtures and drinking fountains with it. And then it has the masonry wall construction and wood framing. And those were chosen for their durability, their ease of construction, and their cost effectiveness. And then the equestrian trailhead, again, has that same simple masonry construction to house the trail maintenance equipment and provide additional restroom facilities. There's 2 restrooms in that one as well for the equestrian users. That's my best take at being an architect, or a landscape architect. So, what are our next steps? Let me switch my page here. So, we have some upcoming tasks, with many of them, obviously, as we're working on this. But the ones that are more immediate, so looking to have survey completion and then a verification of that survey. So we go out on the site to verify what the surveyors have found to make sure that we've got all the information that we need as we continue on with our design. We have cost estimation that will be an ongoing process throughout our design. So we have an outside construction cost estimator who provides that input to our design as we move along and get more and more detailed with it to keep us on task. And then as we kind of start to move through this sort of concept refinement stage, we will move into what we call 50% design level drawings. So we kind of, at that point, figure we have the concept is fairly well nailed down, and then we start into more detailed design. And then always, like I said, with these kind of projects, there's just continued coordination, sometimes daily. So that is where we are at this point. And yeah, like Scott said, this will be up on the town's website as well. So if anyone wants to take a closer look or zoom in a little bit more as well, you can do that also.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Does anyone have any follow-up questions or discussions for Ms. Roberts?
And we did also do have Palmer McIntyre, the Piedmont Land Conservancy. And I think you want to speak a little bit more about reminding everyone of our funding and grants. Is that right?
Yeah, sure, thanks. And just to introduce myself, I'm Palmer McIntyre. I'm a conservation planner with Piedmont Land Conservancy. We are a nonprofit conservation organization. We work in 9 counties, and we have been a partner on Bandera Farm since the beginning. So we're the organization that spearheaded the multi-jurisdictional partnership that resulted in the acquisition of the property, and we acquired the house next door, and all that now has been conveyed to the town of Summerfield. And we were really busy raising grant money for the development of the project because we knew acquisition was just the first step. So some of the funding that we have raised, grant money that totals $3,488,500 that comes from a variety of sources. The North Carolina Horse Council, Recreational Trails Program, which is federal funding that's distributed at the state level, PARTF, Parks and Recreation Trust Fund, Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is federal money again, and most significantly, county ARPA funding. So we worked really hard to advocate for, apply for, and earn this money for the project. So just wanted to let y'all know just remind y'all that there is a lot of funding already lined up to develop this park that we're super excited about. And we think it's going to be such an amazing showpiece for this town and for the whole region. Any other, and to answer your question about on the map where the trail ended. So the Piedmont Greenway is a proposed 19-mile greenway to connect Greensburg to Winston-Salem through Trail Park. And Bandera Farms Park is on that alignment. And so where that horse equestrian driveway is, immediately across the road from that is DOT remnant property from the construction of I-73. And they have given us a verbal agreement that we could align the greenway onto that property and then to get onto additional DOT property on the other side of Bunch Road. So that's why we chose that particular location. It also has good sight lining for crossing Bunch Road at that point.
Does it have an exit side or just one? Is it just one side? Comes in, but it doesn't go out anywhere?
Well, not yet. Not yet. But ultimately, once the greenway gets built, that's what, yeah.
So the bridge that was rebuilt 5 or 6 years ago on Bunch Road, there at the creek is where it was originally going to go through there, and as engineers looked at that closer, just determined it wasn't as feasible, so that's why the switch down 73 for just a bit.
Yeah. Any questions? All right, thanks.
discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask if someone wants to make the motion to go to closed session.
I'll make the motion that we go to closed session to consult with an attorney for NCGS 143-318.11A3 and A5.
Have a motion to have a second?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Folks, we'll be back just as soon as we can. Apologize for the delay. Okay, does anyone like to make a motion to return to open session?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that we return to open session.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second it.
Motion second, further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And we're back in open session, and we're returning to item number 11, the action rezoning case.
I'm not supposed to make it.
Oh, yeah, you're right, let's do that.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to hire Nexon Maynard as our law firm to represent us dealing with any concerns regarding the NAACP.
Have a motion, we have a second.
I second that.
Motion is second, further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It is unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, before we go back into it, let me clarify, there was no discussion about appointing contracts or performance during the closed session. Just want to make that
Yes.
clear, because we had cited that as one of the purposes of the closed session. There was no discussion.
Yeah. We discussed 15A. I'm sorry?
The statute ended at 8.3 was what the one.
Yes, and we did not discuss B.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to make two more comments. I wanted to let the public know that there will be a statement made concerning this issue. It will be forthcoming. The attorney will be working on that. And then also, I don't know if this is a consensus or a motion, but Mr. Hamilton had been kind of the liaison, if you will. If we needed one person, if they need to speak to us individually, they will. But I wasn't sure. I'm okay with continuing with that. Is everybody else okay with continuing that situation? Just a consensus, is that okay? Okay. All right, that's it. I'm sorry.
So on to item 11, the rezoning case RZ-02-2024. Mr. Renz, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council and public, this is in your packets. I'll be using the numbers at the top of your page to guide us throughout this staff presentation. So we'll begin on page 2, up there at the top. This is case RZ-02-2024, the rezoning from the residential district, formerly RS30, to the conditional zoning neighborhood business district. This council's actions tonight are to hold a public hearing and then approve, deny, continue, or remand the case back to the planning board for further discussion if necessary. The majority vote is needed to pass a motion for this action. So there on the screen, you'll see this general location. The red line there is US 220. The parcel there, thank you Scott, is in white, also the red outline. This is a subject parcel. It's on Rondon Road, 4917 Rondon Road. This is an old church that is there. You'll see there slightly up and to the left, I guess northwest, is Summerfield Fire District. And then if you continue on northwest, this is Summerfield Elementary. So this is nestled behind the Summerfield Fire District, Station 9. So the council continue on to page 3 at the top. Similar to what we just saw, the neighboring uses and zoning, residential all around, single-family residences, RS30 and RS zonings. The applicants are here tonight to present as well. And just as a reminder, this is 0.343 acres, and it's rezoning of the one parcel from the RS district to the conditional zoning neighborhood business district. So there under item C, discussion, you will see that we had the informational meeting on February 20th. The applicant and interested citizens to informally discuss the potential rezoning. Only a few residents attended that discussion and they expressed support of the rezoning and its proposed uses. The planning board held their public hearing on February 26, 2024, and they recommended approval with all members of the board voting for approval. Their plan consistency statement and the minutes are available in your packet for your review. There at the bottom of page 3, you'll see the characteristics of the neighborhood district. I'd like to review that. Moving on to the top of page 4, you will see staff's recommendation along with consistency with adopted plans. So the planning department finds that this rezoning request is in congruence with the comprehensive plan given its appropriate limited commercial development. I'm under item B there, just in the italics. So speaking to appropriate limited commercial development, while this rezoning request proposes changing a residentially zoned property to a commercially zoned property, this parcel was previously used as a church, identified in the ordinance as a religious institution, which is a permitted use in the RS district. So not essentially residential in nature. The planning department believes that policy areas 1.1, 1.2, and 1.5 of the comprehensive plan are addressed with proposed conditions by the applicant. So then, under item E, given the limited scope of potential commercial uses and the additional development conditions proposed in the application, the planning department recommends that council approve this rezoning request as proposed by the applicant. Again, given its limited, appropriate commercial development. Page 5, you'll see your potential courses of actions that will come back to here after the public hearing. Page 6, I will note that there's a typo here. It is fixed now on the actual application at the very top. This was submitted on January of this year, not in the future. Thank you for finding that again. This is the application of the proposed rezoning. You'll see there at the bottom the use conditions. I want to note that uses of the property shall be limited to the following uses. So if approved tonight as proposed, what you see here, what the property could be used for. The one I really want to note here is on the back side on page 7. You'll see that if approved, this property still could be used as a single-family structure or single-family residence, even if approved for this neighborhood business use. There is only one development condition on the property. You'll see there in the middle of page 7. It's that no signage is on the building. And then moving on to page 8, you'll see a submitted, just proposed site plan of sorts. Shouldn't really be considered with the rezoning, but they just wanted to give you a general idea of what the site might look like if approved. And then perhaps the minimal upgrade too that would be required as well. Page 9, you'll see the notification letter that was mailed to residents and also posted on the property. Page 10, the backside of that notice letter showing the neighborhood zonings. And then page 11, as I mentioned earlier, is the planning board's plan consistency statement. And Mr. Mayor, I believe we're ready for the applicant to make the presentation.
Okay, we'll call on them now if they'd like to come forward and take some time, and we'd like to hear from them.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Chapman, and I'm here tonight with my wife, Jamie. I'd like to start by thanking the Town Council and Town of Summerfield for the opportunity to present this rezoning request for the vacant church located at 4917 Rondon Road. If you could please go to the next slide. Thank you. I plan to repurpose this building as a music studio offering lessons, recording services, and rehearsal space to local musicians. I also offer a free monthly service to provide promotional material to artists that would otherwise not be able to afford it. Building on the 90-year history of the property, I will continue to serve the building's highest and best use as a place for residents to gather and express themselves. Just within Elmhurst Estates, there are aspiring and seasoned musicians that will be able to take advantage of these services now within walking distance of their homes. After getting to know the neighborhood and speaking with the residents, I feel confident that we have solutions to ensure that all concerns are addressed. The most common feedback received during our community polling was centered around increased traffic, future uses, noise, and aesthetic changes to the building. The sale of the property does not include the lot at 4910 Rondon Road, formerly used as overflow parking. Additionally, the music studio will operate by appointment only. Both of these factors will result in reduced traffic compared to the previous use. If you could go to the next slide. To prevent unchecked future commercial development, we have voluntarily limited the permitted uses by over 60% to include only essential uses to operating the music studio and uses that are equally low impact. So if you look at the slide, the column on the left are the new uses under the proposed rezoning. The column on the right are existing uses that will carry over with the new rezoning. And then if we go to the next slide, these are uses that are permitted under neighborhood business that are not included in this request. So you can see we've significantly reduced the allowed uses. The yellow highlighted uses are ones we are not including from the current zoning, so we are further restricting even what is currently allowed. In regards to aesthetic changes and noise, one of the reasons I selected this property is because of the minimal alterations needed to conduct my business. There are no planned exterior modifications beyond like-kind repairs, and we have included a development condition prohibiting signage on the building to preserve the feel of the neighborhood. One of the few changes required is the addition of soundproofing to the interior of the building, which will greatly reduce noise transfer. This benefits the neighbors by preventing noise pollution while also providing the quiet environment essential to serving my clients. Finally, none of my services are performed outdoors. And if you look at this slide, you can see an example of some of the soundproofing technology, which involves adding additional layers of framing, insulation, and 2 layers of 5/8 inch reinforced drywall to build a really heavy, dense wall where sound waves can't travel through. Similar layering technology is implemented on the floor and the ceiling, so it's really a 360-degree soundproofing layer, as well as special window treatments and custom door frames that when the doors close, sound waves can't pass through them. Our architect confirmed that the property currently meets the code requirements of the intended use with its ADA compliant parking, entryways, and restrooms. The commercial construction speaks to the fact that the property was never intended to be used as a residence and is an appropriate fit for the neighborhood business zoning. As a lifelong musician and Greensboro native, I believe I am uniquely qualified to be the next steward of this historic Summerfield landmark. I look forward to serving this community and sharing my passion for music. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
I had a question. As far as professional services, what would that be?
So it's like CPA is like a lawyer, something along those lines. Very minimal impact.
I didn't think an athletic field would be appropriate. There's not very much room.
Yeah, so it's we included that. I thought maybe somebody in the neighborhood in the future would want to purchase it to put like a pickleball field or something along those lines for neighborhood use.
You just got her vote.
Yeah, I'm not picturing somebody putting like a big like baseball field or anything. Right, it's private owned recreation field, I think is what it's called. And so it's something small, pickleball court, something like that the neighbors could use.
It said sales on there too. What would be the limit of that? I know it said real estate beside of it, but it's not limited to real estate, right? What sort of sales would be?
Sure. So, an example could be, your bag business if you wanted to host it at a physical location where you could maybe hold your inventory and post the online sales, something along those lines. So not, a big retail drive-through or, heavy traffic type sales.
Is that right, Brad? Does that limit?
I would view that as right, yeah.
What's a cultural facility? Like, it's not a museum, that's separate.
Do you have an example off the top of your head?
Is that planned in our ordinance?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of included that just because I felt the church kind of acted as a cultural facility. I mean, it's a cultural hub. Religion is one of the key foundations of a culture. And so any of the uses that you could argue a church, was already providing, I included that.
Could we take off the police substation?
Well, what you're saying is it's already on there.
I know it's already on there.
Did we? That was supposed to be not included originally, I think. So if I had it on the wrong list, my apologies. But yeah, we can take that off for sure.
And you answered my question about, like the noise, so we won't get phone calls at 11 about a noise ordinance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So I guess we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Brent?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. So we'll open a public hearing on this. Just have a few folks to speak on it, and first is Gail Dunham.
Just like to say, this sounds like such a welcome addition to our town. Thank you. Good, and best of luck to you with your work.
Thank you.
Greg Chavon.
Thank you. I'm Greg Chavin, 8204 Foxbriar Court in Greensboro. You might notice the last name similarity to the applicant. It's my son and daughter-in-law, my wife and daughter are here to support them as well. Appreciate you taking this up. We appreciate the planning board's unanimous recommendation. I just want to make a couple observations that in addition to repurposing this great old church to have a new life, to support local musicians and artists, it's also creating a tax-producing property, which is important. But one aspect that I wanted to raise to you all is also supporting entrepreneurs in Summerfield. This is a young couple, both went to public school here, both went to state universities here, and come back to Guilford County. This is one of their passions. My son went to Weaver Academy and learned music recording there. So very passionate about this. And supporting entrepreneurs, particularly young entrepreneurs, is always a great thing for every city in the Triad. So thank you for your thoughtful consideration and hopefully approval of the request.
Thanks, sir. Melissa Shellar.
I'm just here to say I'm for it as well. I live right from the property as well on 4916 Robin Road, so I think it's going to be a great addition to our neighborhood as well as the community.
Great, thank you for coming. That's all I have. I don't want to leave anyone out. Anyone else? Priscilla?
Do you want me to come up there?
No, you're fine there.
Okay, 3100 Pleasant Ridge Road. The zoning board asked me something about time restrictions. Would you be willing to restrict some of your time because you are so close to a residential neighborhood? Because I live close to an events facility, and sometimes the music is really loud and obnoxious on like a Sunday night at 9:30 when I'm trying to put my kids to bed. So would you be willing, I know the planning board already asked you that, would you be willing to put that in your conditions?
Yeah,
And what
absolutely.
is this time, what is the noise ordinance in Summerfield, Monday through, or Saturday, whatever? Scott, what is the noise ordinance?
It wouldn't come into play until 11 p.m. with the Guilford County noise ordinance.
Is that different than Summerfield?
Summerfield uses Guilford County's,
Okay.
unless it's we have one property that has a special use permit that's different.
But yeah, I'm very willing to put any hour restrictions. If you have any recommendations for that, I'd be happy to have that discussion. I do want to reiterate there's no external speakers. None of the services I'm providing are performed outside. It's going to be extensively soundproof. There's going to be multiple layers of doors before the sound can even get out if somebody's entering or exiting the building. So yeah, I'm very open to it if the council had any suggestions.
Thanks, sir.
Are you just a sound recording also?
Yes, sir.
So you don't want sound in or out?
Yeah, it is absolutely critical that it's quiet inside, and it goes both ways. You know, if somebody's mowing across the street, I can't have that noise entering the building with the microphone. So it's critical that the sound cannot enter or exit the building.
With no other public comments, we'll close the public hearing and move this matter to the council for discussion or a motion.
I went and walked around in the neighborhood and knocked on doors and talked to the neighbors. And they were all in support of it. They were all excited and looking forward to it, and I didn't get a single complaint. So with that, is there anyone else? Does anyone else want to say? John, do you want to say anything?
I'm good.
Okay. I move that case RZ 02-2024 be approved as presented. The request is consistent with the town's adopted comprehensive plan due to its appropriate limited commercial development and community character preservation, and is reasonable and in the public interest and does not substantially hurt adjoining or abutting property value.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
A motion is
Wait,
second.
Bob's hand is up.
Further discussion?
Mr. Warner.
I just have two questions, maybe clarifications. Janelle, you made your motion. Mr. Chabon had agreed to remove police substation from the list of uses. And I don't know if the board, the council is really going to consider time limitations. I think there's a question asked about it. But now's the time to make those.
It was on the yellow as taken out of, I think. If we go back a couple pages, it had on the right column some things that were yellow that you had taken out.
Yeah, Brad, could you pull up our
You just passed it, go down.
It was on the application, it was a typo.
Yeah, it's on the application, but it's not on the paper where it's
Go
highlighted in
back to
yellow.
where you were originally, because it's on the page right before the yellow.
Well, it's there.
It's
Not
there.
included. Neighborhood business
Uses
is
are
not
already
included in this request. Go down to the yellow, it says not included in this request and highlighted as police substation.
It's on number 2, isn't it?
But then it is written on this paper. So in one place it says it is, in one place it says it isn't.
And then the slide above that one, it's on
Is to
there.
try to make sure we have it clear so that 10 years from now, when someone's trying to figure out if this is if you can have a police substation there or not, we're clear that it's not.
So we're all agreed that's
So
gonna come off. Will you
I
make
think
that
in the
friendly
motion you can
amendment?
say
Amended
to
to
exclude.
exclude police substation. Okay?
And are we
We'll try
gonna
again.
do a time thing since
I
there's?
think.
I don't think we need it.
I
Sarah,
don't think
did
we
you,
need it.
did you add that to her motion?
Alright.
Did you hear what she said?
Amended.
Yeah.
To replace.
So, so we had a motion, a second. I guess that discussion was a friendly
I'm suggesting
addition.
friendly amendment,
Yep,
yeah.
okay. So, any other discussion?
We're good with the noise thing.
We don't need to,
But
I don't think we need to put
it.
anything
No,
in there
I
about
just
this.
wanted
Sound
to
out, they
clarify.
sound in.
Right.
Just want to clarify.
Any other discussion? So we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, sir. We look forward to hearing great, we look forward to not hearing anything, but just hearing great things.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience tonight.
We might want your students performing at Founder's Day on the stage there.
On to item number 12, our second rezoning case, RZ-03-2024. Mr. Rentz.
Yes, so council, similar format. We will follow along with the page numbers at the top of your page. And this is case RZ-03-2024, a rezoning from agricultural AG to the residential district, RS. As with the last case, your action tonight is to hold a public hearing, approve, deny, continue, or remand the case back to the planning board if it's needed. Location, 3.69 acres located at 7968 Winfrey Road, Summerfield, having parcel number 147293. You'll see there on your screen and also at the bottom of page 2, the parcel there is highlighted in white with a red outline. To orient you this a little bit, this is on our north side of town where 220 and 73 merge, somewhat in that area, near the Winfrey Road landfill. I forget the name of the church that's off Winfrey, but it's a little bit down to the south where you can't see. Summerfield Athletic Park is also down a little bit to the south, just out of view here. Winfrey Road is a long, winding road, if you will, so this is kind of near the end, right at the end of where state maintenance ends. So I think actually state maintenance ends right in the middle of this parcel. Moving on then to page 3, I'm kind of using the map at the bottom of page 2 as well. You'll see surrounding this parcel is all agricultural and single-family uses, along with agricultural uses. The applicants and owners, I believe, are here tonight, Amanda Stafford and James B. Stafford, as well as Shirley F. Stafford. again mentioning this is 3.69 acres. And I think it's probably a good time to mention why this case is probably here tonight. So this case started as a subdivision, a minor subdivision, and through that subdivision review process, we discovered that we can't subdivide because the AG zoning district requires a minimum of 3 acres. So they were trying to split right down the middle, and we couldn't allow that because 3 acres is the minimum for the zoning district. So that's why we're here tonight, to rezone to RS, which is a minimum of 40,000 square feet. So they can eventually subdivide. They can tell you more about that here in a moment. So different from the last rezoning case, this is a general purpose rezoning, so there are no conditions proposed by the applicant. Informational meeting was also held on February 20th, 2024. There were no residents in attendance specifically for this rezoning. The planning board held their public hearing on February 26, 2024, and they also recommended approval. The whole board did. You'll see there at the bottom the characteristics of the residential district. And then on page 4, we will move to the planning department's recommendation as well as compliance with adopted plans. We find that community character preservation is the most pertinent policy area of our comprehensive plan. You'll see there in italics. If you read the community character preservation policy area, it doesn't truly fit with the tenets there, but I think that if you read it and then you surmise what it's trying to intend, I think that you'll see what the planning department finds here in italics is true. Although the rezoning does not fit entirely within the essence of the comprehensive plan's community character preservation objective area, the intended use of the property to be subdivided and given to relatives likely meets the intent of the objective area's call to honor the rural, small town heritage of the community, in quotes. So then you'll get to the planning department's recommendation. Understanding that the scope and intent of the property owner is not a binding factor in the zoning decision, the planning department still recommends the board or the council recommend approval of this rezoning given its community character preservation by allowing agricultural land to be subdivided for the potential use of the family. Page 5, again, we'll come back to after the public hearing. And then moving on through the next couple pages at page 6, you'll see the application, again, general purpose application. So we have a few additional questions that the applicant was asked to answer on page 8. You'll see actually on page 9, it's kind of obscured there at the top, but page 9 is the subdivision application that was submitted a few months ago. You'll see the 2 lots and the reason why we're here. 1.758 acres each lot. Page 10 and 11 are the informational meeting notices that was mailed out to residents. And page 12 is the planning board plan consistency statement. So, Mr. Mayor, I believe the applicant is ready to just say a few words about this.
Great.
Amanda Stafford. My mother and father own currently in the 3.69 acres. They're wanting to split it up to give to my brother and I. They want to tap it, and with the provisions, we need to rezone it. It's currently a donkey pasture right now. So, my house is actually directly across the street from this property, and my brother is to the right. So,
Great. While you're here, any questions from council? Any at all? Well, thanks very much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
So, we'll open this up to a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing now. We have one person signed up, Gail Dunham.
No comment.
Any other public comments? Hearing none, we're closing the public hearing and turning this matter over to the council for discussion or a motion.
No discussion from me, but I would like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I move that case RZ032024 be approved as presented. The request is consistent with the town's adopted comprehensive plan due to the community character preservation and attractive community appearance, and that is reasonable in the public interest because it does not substantially hurt adjoining or abutting property value and will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and with general plans for the land use and development of the town of Summerfield.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion is second, further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, ma'am. Wish you all the very best. Moving on to item 13, business from the manager. Mr. Whitaker, we'll turn it over to you.
So last month I spoke to you about revisiting an older idea about the alignment of the A&Y Greenway, which was bringing it up Summerfield Road from the existing Summerfield Road trailhead instead of coming out of the pedestrian tunnel, going south, then into the Greensboro watershed, and working our way behind the mobile home park and exiting south of Auburn Road onto Summerfield Road. And we talked about that, the importance of keeping this project on schedule with NCDOT and with Kimley Horn, our designers and engineers. And so what I suggested last month was at least give Trails and Open Space Committee that's worked on it for so many years an opportunity to discuss it at their next meeting. So I went and presented just what I described and gave them more detail. And the outcome of that Trails and Open Space Committee meeting was that a motion was made to recommend to you, Council, that we do change directions from the current alignment through the watershed and move the A&Y Greenway up the east side of Summerfield Road. They specifically recommended that east side. And that motion actually was approved unanimously. So I think the ask tonight, the request of you is to consider Trails and Open Space Committee's recommendation, and if you would like to make that change, I have talked with our project manager at Kimley Horn about what that would entail. It would definitely entail regrouping and surveying this section, and when I say this section, you bring that up just a second. So what we're really talking about, of course, is from the trailhead, well, really from the pedestrian tunnel I had mentioned last month. It would probably require reworking the sidewalk that was built several years ago because that needs to be 10 foot wide. So probably reworking from the tunnel all the way up on the east side of Summerfield Road to where it was proposed just north of Golden Antiques to come out from the watershed and cross the road. We would just keep this trajectory and alignment all the way on the east side, and then everything on the northern end would be as you've seen and we've been working through. So the request tonight is to discuss whether you want to formally make that change, and that would involve directing Kimley Horn to change the scope of their contract. So as far as pricing, we're not quite there to know what that might mean because there is all new surveying for that section, but it's also a shorter distance, so it eliminates some challenging construction that involved a couple of boardwalks in the watershed area. So there's a lot of offset there, and the contractor is ready to hear your direction this evening and to proceed with making whatever changes they would need to the scope of the design and engineering contract. So with that, I'll open it up for your questions and discussion.
I have a question. I should have three. So the first one is, you see the markers coming along Summerfield Road. I was understanding that in some of them, or most of them, seem to be not near the side of the road or the edge of the road in the DOT right-of-way. It seems to be up more in the yard. So I want to understand why does it seem like it's there, because I thought it was gonna be like a sidewalk along with curb and gutter, or
Next to the road.
next to it.
So I've had extensive conversations with Councilmember Robinson about this and with the project manager. And what you have to understand for most of this, the length of what's designed at Summerfield Road is, and I'll zoom in to give you an example.
Can you show them the other map? The one that without all the purple stuff?
Well, the purple is just property line, so I'm getting to the greenway alignment. So what you see, here's my pointer, is a typical section, and let's start with Rondon Road, because I don't think it goes in and out anywhere. So this is in front of the feed mill, and that just continues. This is what in the plan sheets are called, a typical section. So describe that to the public. What that looks like is the edge of pavement on Summerfield Road. You're going to have 2.5 feet of curb and gutter. So that's your concrete, just like if you were anywhere that had that sidewalk blending right into the pavement of the road. So 2.5 feet for that. And the greenway itself is 10 foot wide. So that's 12.5 feet from the current edge of pavement. That is what this plan is showing all the way on this stretch so far, up until we get to the fire department or to Rondon Road, where the town owns here, and then we jog inward a bit on some properties. The fire department is good with that approach. You see that goes behind their sign, but then it goes back out to the road and is exactly as I'm describing. So the short and easy way to look at this is imagine 12.5 feet from the edge of current pavement.
So actually, found out today it's going to be closer to 15, because he said 2 feet of shoulder, then 2 feet of curb and gutter, and then 10. So he said more like 15. So he added the 2 more of the shoulder.
Shoulder on the back side of the asphalt, right? Not anywhere between the edge of pavement. So what I was.
He said it's going to be, when I said the 2.5 and the 10, he said 2.5 and 10 and 2. So it's going to be 15.
So what I wasn't finished describing it. So you got your 12.5, and then you've got a shoulder of about 2 feet on the back side of that pavement. Now, what that looks like for residents and businesses is still going to be seeded back in grass, and ultimately what's going to be constructed that's visible, noticeable, that anybody cares about is going to be about 12.5 feet. And so that is a typical layout for the majority of Summerfield Road. And if you have any concerns about any particular places, we can look at that. But so to address the stakes, surveying stakes are placed for different reasons, not necessarily showing exactly that 12.5 or let's say 14.5, 15 feet, but there's also temporary construction easements, and we'll just take this property here, see if I can zoom in a little bit more for you.
While you're doing that, is the cost of all this part of that 80-20 where we get 80% back?
So yes, construction is 80-20, as is the right-of-way stage. So what you're looking at
But what about the surveying and all that? Is that part of that?
The surveying is part of that work.
Okay.
So what you're looking at is a little bit hard to read on these lines, but really, again, just imagine this edge of pavement, 14.5 to 15 feet with really the asphalt, what people see, 12.5 feet. And so you may see stakes much further back, and haven't talked to the surveyors about all of those stakes, but there's something called offset stakes sometimes, and John will know a lot about that. So what you have, let's say this is the edge of your greenway. You also have a temporary construction easement that goes back. Once that's constructed, it gets seeded back, grass seeded back there, and that temporary construction easement goes away. Keep in mind, almost all of this on Summerfield Road that we're looking at is within NCDOT right-of-way, existing right-of-way. And then sometimes what I was mentioning is you have offset stakes. You may set stakes back even further because, for instance, if your construction easement is out here, and John can correct me, but if it's, let's say, 10 or 15 feet beyond all that, you don't want your equipment hitting the stakes, so you may set those stakes out another 10 feet or so. That's offset. So there's a lot of different reasons that stakes could be much further back and causing some confusion with citizens, but that is exactly what the right-of-way company, that's the consultant and that we've sent letters out about to all the residents and businesses, that is their job, to go through and knock on doors, talk to residents, and explain exactly where this project is going to lay on their property, or really within NCDOT's property, as most of it is there instead of in anyone's actual yard. And so did that answer all of your questions, or did you still have more?
I have a generic question. This is from citizens, just about all the trails. The request is to have all the maps posted, marked with property that citizens have agreed to have the trails on their property. They have agreed to a right-of-way to have the trail on their property, so that they can see how the trails are lining up. This is from citizens.
Which citizens are in favor of it, going in their yard? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I thought you were asking me.
No, I'm asking you.
So again, most of this is being built, that section we were just looking at through Summerfield Road, on DOT's property. So it may feel like a resident's yard because they may mow it and perceive that to be their own property up to the roadway now. It's actually in DOT's right of way. So as far as posting anything like that, that is something the town stays out of. The town is contracting with Hemley-Horn, is contracting with this right-of-way company from Winston-Salem, and their role is to track and to have all those negotiations, to work through all that. Now, it'll eventually come back, we'll have some of that information, but it's too soon to have any of that. And we can talk about at the time if it's appropriate to put that in any kind of mapping, but that's not something the town is going to get involved in directly as far as those conversations. That's why we're contracting with professionals to do it.
But I thought that you guys already had a conversation with one particular landowner, and there's other people who want to know where these trails are anticipating, and when do the landowners, all right, say I lived right there at the corner where the town owns a little piece of property by the fire department.
Mm-hmm.
Pretend I live there. I would love for you to tell me, okay, I'm going to put equipment in your yard, but I'm not going to take up any of your yard land, and this is how the actual trail is going to go. So and then when does that process happen? It seems like before we do surveying, those people would be, or the people, if it was me, would be comfortable with that.
I can tell you.
Beforehand.
He said it would be about 3 more months before they go talking door to door to the people.
But would you not do that first, before?
So let's look at the property you talked about. So this is Rondon Road. This is Martha Long's home. This is part of our plan through here in terms of construction of the greenway. So it crosses Rondon. All of this area for construction is within NCDOT's right of way. It's their property and not the Long's actual property. Now, there may be a temporary construction easement that goes over back into their yard, into their property, and so that right-of-way agent, and I've been through this personally, this right-of-way agent will send a letter, send an email, knock on doors, come out and sit at your kitchen table and talk with you, and walk out in the yard, and they'll explain, hey, we've got a 10-foot temporary construction easement, so when it's being constructed, you're going to have skid steers and equipment in that area, and then when the project is over, we're going to sow it back in grass, and what's constructed is going to be within NCDOT's right-of-way. So that is exactly what the right-of-way agent's role is to do, is to interface with those residents and property owners and help them to understand the project. And that has not started other than notifications of the surveying, etc. Those conversations are still forthcoming.
But the right of way will, here there's a house kind of far in the back, and there's the up here, but this will be closer to some houses, right? I mean, it'll be very close to some houses, right?
It will be closer.
And do we know how favorable it is to the people that live there? That will actually have it in front of them?
The feedback we have, and that's why in 2018 we had community stakeholder meetings. That's why last October the 19th we had the same, and that's why I've reported that largely for this section there was very little citizen or business input that was contrary to the plan. So that's why I said last month that the majority of this section that I called L1 at the time, we were considering splitting it up, and I called it the northern section, was pretty well received by the public based on those stakeholder meetings and based on feedback we've had since. And then it was all about the negativity, the concern was all about the southern part of it, which if you decide if you agree with Trails and Open Spaces recommendation and make this change this evening, it would take all of that out of play, although of course we would still need to do that process for those residents to let them weigh in on it.
Okay. Can I talk about this for a second? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, a regular sidewalk width, the side of the road is what?
Typically 5 foot plus 2.5 curb and gutter, so 7.5 total. And the reason I said 12.5 is because the greenway is a different animal. It's made for bicycles, traffic meeting and passing each other. And so the standard, some greenways are larger, but the standard for greenway that we've agreed to in our municipal agreement with NCDOT is 10 foot wide. So
But
that's
you can't decrease
distance.
that in an area like this where there's a lot of homes. I mean, I really don't see
It's not a greenway at that point. At that point, it's a sidewalk. And this is specifically a greenway project, and it's been billed that way since the 2011 feasibility study that we participated in.
Okay. Can you back up to the whole road? So that you can see where it joins 220, and then let's say to the fire station or just beyond. Okay. So if you come back to where it joins 220.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to go along here, and we're going to come to two houses. Where are those two houses?
Okay, are we talking about where the mobile home's at? Where are you talking about?
The mobile home in the house.
Okay.
This is what we're going to talk about.
Right.
This mobile home is 33 feet from the road. If we do this, we're going to go to 15 feet. We're going to take half of their front yard. This house is 40 feet from the road. Let me just say, I'm not opposed to Greenway. I'm very conflicted. I'm struggling with this, so I'm sharing you everything I've learned. This house is 40 feet from the road, and it's going to come 15. I realize it's in the NCDOT, it's in the right of way. But we're going to take half of this person's front yard and 15 feet of this 40. If you move, okay. I have not talked to these two people. I know the people on the corner. where the sidewalk comes out, where it's gonna have to be widened to Greenway. So right now it comes out of the tunnel at sidewalk and it's gonna be widened to 10 feet. Those homeowners are not in favor of it. We're gonna come up here. Now let's go to this northern portion that we're already talking about. So there's 2 houses here, then businesses.
And we talked about these last month. I warned you that those were what I call pinch points.
Yeah, let's keep going to the houses. Okay. I have not talked to this one, but I've talked to this one, I've talked to this one, I've talked to 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the one house back here is the only one I haven't talked to. None of them want this. None of them do. And I get that it's in the NCDOT right of way. But right now the trail ends back here where Summerfield Road hits 220. We're adding, if we do this, we're adding Greenway that's going to go to the community park. And then that's the end of it, because Stokesdale doesn't want it. So we're going to add trail to these houses. None of those homeowners, except the one I haven't talked to, none of them want it. So why are we doing this, I would ask?
So I have an answer to that. So you said something there that this is going to terminate at the community park. And that is not the long-term goal of the project. So if you look, just a second, give me time to...
I know that we were talking about going across the Beeson property and under the dry bridge, but I think none of that's been figured out. So for now, the only thing we have figured out is to the park.
12 acres from us for top power.
So the feasibility study that was originally done, you see this blue line? So I'm going to get you acclimated. Right now, the plan is for it to end here at Madeira Street. That is only because several years ago, Stokesdale said, we don't want it to come through our downtown. We don't want the greenway at all. So this was going to go all the way up the rail bed by Gray Gables, the dry bridge, straight up the rail bed to the trestle that's existing there, make its way to downtown Stokesdale. And not to give you a history lesson on it, but Stokesdale said, we don't want it. Oak Ridge said, we would love to be a part of this. Oak Ridge has been very active in their Mountains to Sea trail efforts, and they are interested in getting connections to Summerfield. So while this has no definite plan yet of where it's going to go from the end of Madeira Street, it is not meant to stop there. There's a pedestrian tunnel, I'll show you right there, that's already built all the way to 73. There's a pedestrian tunnel, of course, south of that at Armfield. So down here. So let's not make the assumption that it's going to terminate at Madeira.
Well, when I asked you, you told me it's going to go to the community park.
For now.
Yeah.
So the reason why we're talking about this project and why we've been talking about it since that feasibility study is because 2 things. When DOT, and we're going to go back to the pedestrian tunnel on 220. So when this tunnel, when 220 was widened, DOT said, we will build a pedestrian tunnel at great cost underneath 4 lanes of traffic if the town of Summerfield will extend the existing A&Y Greenway. And again, that's 10 foot wide. That's why we're back to working with a greenway instead of just a sidewalk.
Is that in writing?
It is in writing. So we have a municipal agreement signed with NCDOT from 2011 or 2012. That construction started April 2012 on the widening project. And then we took that a much bigger step forward when we recently, in the past year plus, signed a contract with NCDOT for the details of this plan. So this is the funding we've been talking about since 2015, and we are under contract with NCDOT to build this project at 80%.
I get it. My problem there is we never knocked on doors and asked them if they wanted it. So here we are now, 3 months away from knocking on doors. We're this far along, but we never asked them if they want it, and they don't want it.
DOT isn't gonna ask them if they decide to widen Summerfield Road, whether they want the road widened down Summerfield.
But that may not be optional. This is optional.
But again, most of this is built in NCDOT's right-of-way.
Right.
So while a resident may not be happy about it,
We don't have to do it.
Is there a way to get,
Well, someone should have knocked on, someone should have asked the citizens if they wanted it, the homeowners if they wanted it.
$52,000, $542,000 to date to get us to this point, and it's been in planning since 2011, and seriously since the mid-2013 when Trails and Open Space Committee was formed. There's been a lot of
But nobody
advocating for
asked the homeowners if they wanted it.
Well, that's a policy decision for this council to make. If you want to kill the greenway, that is
Scott,
your...
this $500,000 that's been already spent, is that fully Summerfield, or is that 20%, 80%?
It's fully Summerfield.
Fully Summerfield. So there's been more than that's actually been spent.
No, that is, it's what it's been spent.
So will that $500,000, there'll only be 20% of Summerfield need to pay?
No, a large part of that is not included within that grant money, because what happened was, and I think I reminded y'all of this, but back when this funding was awarded, 2015, this project scored horribly because of our low density, and with NCDOT scoring system, there weren't as many connections to make it score well. So we were at the bottom of the scoring. But there was a lot of interest still in the project. The MPO was a real advocate for it. And the town said at the time, and I advocated for it, if we're serious about building this greenway, we need some skin in the game. We need to show, instead of always going around with our hand out and asking everyone for money, we need to show them that we are willing to spend some of our own tax dollars for this project, and we did it. Council at the time contracted with Stewart for that initial design and engineering. NCDOT recognized that and the MPO's advocating efforts on it, and we were awarded the project. And it felt like a big win in 2015. And so fast forward, we've been waiting on DOT's funding cycle, and here we are now really getting serious about it. And of course it's going to cause some concern when people start seeing stakes in the ground.
And of course, at the last meeting, we sent it to the committee to decide whether or not what they recommended going this way, but going the other way, which properties would it go through?
The back property, the back way. If we kept it the back way, you're saying.
Would it be more respectful of these people?
It misses the pinch point, but it still comes out on Summerfield Road, right there across the street from the old food line.
Roughly the yellow line I just threw up there, that's the older version of it, but roughly, I'm sorry, that's before we changed it. Give me just a second.
is there any way that, due to what the citizens, their dislikes, that we could decrease the width?
Well, that's what I asked. So I did ask them, what if we could go from 10 feet and just do sidewalk? Then it was like, but I don't think that's even an option. It has to be 10.
Let me finish the thought before that I should have said. So with that original agreement, when we agreed that we would connect the greenway from the tunnel on 220, if I'm not mistaken, there's a clawback provision in that, Bob, that says, in essence, if we don't build this tunnel, we owe DOT the cost of that tunnel. And that's just a side note.
That's a typical DOT contract.
And I would like to see, we need to see that.
But to your question, if you decide to make this smaller, it's no longer a greenway, it no longer meets DOT's parameters for this project, and
Can we just ask them? I mean, just,
I know the
They
answer
have?
to that.
Can we table it and look at the contract and take a little more time to study it?
You can. What we talked about last month was the longer it takes us to change directions, the further we get behind on this project.
Before, I think we shove this in people's faces that don't want it. I think we should take the extra time to ensure that we're doing the right thing.
I'd like to see that in writing that says we have to pay the tunnel back. And how far does it have to extend to be considered not paying the tunnel back? Like, how far do you have to extend it to qualify not paying for the tunnel? And why does it have to be considered a greenway? Why can't it just be a sidewalk?
There's been no citizen participation, and there's a whole lot more to this.
I
think it's for the history of it. They avoided the public because they knew people didn't want it.
This is a council's conversation at this point.
Last town council
That's what's
meeting
missing,
in Bragg
is
too,
the public,
there was
the people.
there was talk of public comment and input. What does that look like if we move forward with this? How do we get public?
So we would coordinate with Kimley Horn, and we would identify those properties. We would mail out letters. We would structure, for that section of road, we would structure some type of stakeholder meetings. It's primarily residential there, not many businesses. So we would break it up into citizens, maybe the Golden Antique shop, the shopping center, but we would have probably a couple of afternoon meetings, then we would have another meeting in the evening for folks. And it's a matter of noticing people and getting them in to look at plans and answer questions. When you go knock on doors and try to describe a project like this, that is not a fair assessment of what people want, because they don't understand the project, just as they don't understand the project just by noticing stakes in the yard, because those stakes don't represent where it's going to be constructed. So while that may be helpful as a council member to know how somebody feels about it, the real meat of that public engagement comes when you have citizens in the room that hear the same presentations about the projects, that get to go up and ask those engineers questions, and it's a group discussion. It's not standing at everybody's door individually.
Well, they're going to go knocking on the doors in roughly 3 months. So I would say that we wait until then, until they go knock on the doors and hear what the...
That's just it. They will not proceed with this project if you can't make a decision as a body on where the project's going to be. They're not going to waste their time and our money to go knock on doors if you can't make a decision between that yellow and green line on the screen and going up Summerfield Road. They need direction, and we need to be able to provide that to them.
Mr. Ricker, Councilman Janelle mentioned a pinch point that you had shown there on Summerfield Road, close to the chiropractor's office, that had two homes that was relatively close to the road. One of them being, I think, was a trailer.
The rental properties.
Is that, and it's a crazy question, but is that something where somehow we could offer some type of support, possibly to move that trailer back?
Absolutely. We talked about that with the engineers in the last month when this was proposed.
When I talked to him on the phone today, though, he said 30 feet was enough.
We may have to get creative with, especially the mobile home that you see.
But once he saw 30 feet, he thought that that's enough room to leave it.
Ms. Perry?
But we could go above and beyond,
I
right?
have a question. What about the septic fields for the trailer park? How
We're-
far does it
we're
go?
aware of that,
How
and
much
that's-
is
The
the
trailer-
right of way for Summerfield Road?
The septic field for the trailer park is behind the trailer park.
Well, there is some on that side of the road, but we're aware of that. The engineers are aware of that. They had a cursory look at this whole section. They're not going to look at it very closely until the council decides if it's serious about that direction.
Is that 50 or 60 foot?
And it varies. The right-of-way varies some along Summerfield Road, so I'm not going to
Wait, no, I asked this weekend, they told me 30 feet from the center line of construction.
That's 60 foot.
You had 30 feet from the center.
Yes.
Councilman Janelle? I would hope that when the time comes that we could offer some support, especially for that one trailer, if they are adversarial to a trail. I see walkers, I see bikers on Summerfield Road a lot, especially as the season gets warmer. On the way here, I saw young children riding their bikes on the main road. Councilman Robinson, when we were out, we saw bikers out on that road. I think this would benefit the community. I think it would make the community safer, especially for the kids and the families that are trying to get to Dollar General or the Gold Antiques or the Food Lion. I think having this greenway, we've been talking about it for a long, long time. We've been here since '09. It's always been on a topic. I think it would help on Founders Day. I think it would help every day. The Trails and Open Space Committee has 100% approved this. We have 80% funding for this. It seems like it is in line with our comprehensive plan. I personally am in favor and would like to see some surveys being done and right-away conversations to make sure we're in line with what we're all thinking.
Mayor Sessoms, what are your thoughts on the trail through there on Summerfield Road?
Well, there's always going to be opposition. You know, you have to make a decision for the future of your town. And as Scott articulated, this has been going on. We've been working on these trails. That's why I originally got involved in anything in Summerfield, was because I was excited about the opportunity to have trails. We're down to a minimum here. The only other alternative, which I even hesitate to mention and probably shouldn't, is just to put the thing on the side of 220 all the way up and then cut through somewhere to get past Summerfield Elementary and then onto the trail bed. But none of those are where we all began in the beginning, trying to get people in the woods of Summerfield. None of everything we're talking about now is only on the road. So it's kind of where we are.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just tag on to that, and Mr. Ritter, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Trails and Open Space Committee mentioned even that at the meeting. I was there for that meeting the entire time, and they mentioned the 220s, but they even mentioned that you're still going to have people going up Summerfield Road. They're not going to go out of the way to go up to where they want, especially when you have citizens living on Summerfield Road, especially in that trailer park area. So they felt it was a safety matter too to have it go up Summerfield Road. Is that summarize pretty well?
I think it's fair that there's a fair amount of traffic right now between the mobile home park along Summerfield Road. They're going to use it, especially if you think about how close in proximity that trailhead and sidewalk at the end of Summerfield Road is, because if you can get on a bike from the mobile home park and ride down the road unsafely, just a little ways to get to sidewalks and then go into the 220 Greenway, you're probably going to do it. And so I heard some of that I believe at the Trails and Open Space Committee, Jane, that evening, about people are going to take the shortest distance to a place, and so yes, there will still be traffic, so it's just whether you want to accommodate that or you choose not to.
I'm sorry that we got $500,000 deep and 13, 14 years into it before we went and talked to the people who actually live there, whose lives are going to affect daily, to ask them how they feel about it.
So let's remember there was community engagement with the feasibility study before any of this started. And that is in that report also that's on the website. So it's not like anybody made a decision to build a greenway without talking to residents. That's not a fair assessment.
We held several meetings over the years.
So Scott,
That they could
the
go-
north side is already in motion, so what's before us is the south side. Is that correct?
Right, in essence, if you look on the screen, right where that yellow line is, where crossed the road and went into behind the mobile home park, it's picking up from there and taking that all the way down the east side and crossing once at somewhere near our trailhead, or just north of it, and getting back on the side so that you can access the tunnel.
Is there any way to ask them, can you compromise if it's not a sidewalk, but it's not 15 feet?
Like, why does it have to be considered greenway? Why can't we do
What's
sidewalk?
the minimum greenway width?
If the town wants to do a sidewalk project without DOT's help and funding, yes, you can build a sidewalk.
Can we
And
not do
abandon
sidewalk
the
with
project.
DOT help and funding?
Well, not for this project, because this project was worded specifically under Greenway parameters, and
So
that's
can-
the standard.
So can we ask them, is there a little more narrow width, but it still be considered a greenway, so that we have less apprehension?
Do you really think that if you, no,
So-
hang on. Do you really think if you shrink the sidewalk from 10 foot to 7 foot, it's gonna make the people happy? No, it's not. They're not gonna notice the 3 foot. To me, that's a moot point.
One of the committee members of the Trails and Open Space, this is their job, in I think Alamance, Burlington area. And you know, I don't think that I didn't hear him mention about reducing it, but I'm sure if there was a possibility of reducing, he probably would have already said so. I mean, we can ask him, but
I just thought that if it looked like we were trying to help, as they perceive it being in the middle of their front yard, if they saw we were trying to negotiate it to get a little bit more out of their yard, that they might be more accommodating as well. That's all. I was
Right,
trying to
if
find
we
out-
went from 10 feet to 5 feet, if we went halfway.
8 or 12 feet, they're sort of, they're
Aren't
not.
you gonna run a safety issue if you shrink it, then you get.
But part of the greenway already is.
Well, that's.
Part of the greenway already is sidewalk, John.
You want
Part of the sidewalk, part of the greenway by Brumell, it already shrinks down to sidewalk.
Okay, Ms. Dunham, do you have a sentence to add?
Couple things. Scott said there was a stakeholder meeting October 19th. That was the listing only. The enthusiasm for this has never come from anyone that lives there, except the chiropractor. I appreciate that the Trails and Open Space has always wanted to do this, but this has changed a lot. And you're not looking at the safety issues. There is no one enthusiastic whose property is being impacted. And you're only taking the state's, you're deciding this is the state's definition of the right-of-way. You're not considering their deeds and their property lines. And I don't think any of you would like a path coming up half of your front yard. It's going to depreciate the property values, but you have not included, you've never included the people that were there that actually live there. It's been talked about for 10 years. It's been talked about all these meetings that maybe Park and Rec had, but the people that are there, and this is their property values, and I'm sorry, maybe they can't all afford lawyers.
Okay.
May I have one last question to Mr.
You haven't taken into consideration the safety of the children.
Ms. Dunham, did you not hear him just say earlier he saw children riding their bikes on Summerfield Road?
Not with,
Where?
Not in,
Really?
in abundance.
He
like
said he saw
with the
people,
fire
and you're gonna
station,
ask
with the
him
post
where?
office. The post office with all the trucks and the traffic.
Riding
going out
bikes
there,
from the
they're
trailer
concerned
park
about
to
safety.
Okay, no more.
R-A-R.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clay, back to you.
Mr. Baker, I just want to confirm, Mr. Mayor, because I would like to make a motion, but one last question. The northern route is already in play, correct?
It is in play in terms of it's perceived by our contractor, Kimley Horn, that it is pretty problem-free. It's going to be easy right-of-way wise. it's largely, seems to be supported by residents according to the meetings that we've had, the meetings we had in October. So, yes, but I can't tell you exactly how eager they are to run with that until they solidify this southern decision that you have.
Okay. So, Captain Robinson, it's very often I'm seeing children on that road. I see families on that road. This is an ongoing, long topic, and I would like to, Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion?
Sure.
I move to direct Kimberly Horn to modify the scope of the contract CON 2023004 to reflect a major alignment change to the southern section of the ANY Greenway South project, a move away from the wooded watershed alignment specified in all previous work. The desired new alignment will require surveying, design, engineering from the US 220 pedestrian tunnel and partial 145998 on Summerfield Road and involve crossing the east side of Summerfield Road near Summerfield Road trailhead, so the greenway will remain on the east side of the road until the crossing near Myers Fork Road.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any additional further discussion?
I would prefer that we table this and we see the contract where it's in writing from the state saying that we would have to, the details of whether or not we'd have to pay back the tunnel, how far it has to go in order to satisfy them. I would like to see that, but.
Well, at this point, we have a motion and a second, so we're going to have to take a vote on it, but
Right, that's just my
in the event of the
discussion.
outcome of the vote,
Yeah.
you know, there should be that future.
Okay.
I think tabling is probably the better way to go for this one.
We have to take a vote. We
Right.
have
He
we
knows.
have a motion and a second.
Right, but we're discussing that. Lynn.
Any further discussion?
John and I would like to table it, just if you're wondering.
Any further
If
discussion?
we table it, would that be till next time? Till April?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that they can move up go ahead and start talking to people now and explaining to them because they're going to be seeing surveyors come through, they're going to be seeing all this stuff, and that's going to get people upset. So is there any way we can go ahead and start the talks and start explaining what it's going to look like, where it's going to actually be, at the same time?
He said they're on a timeline, and that timeline has most likely 3 months out, so what are the chances they
I'm asking to
can?
speed that up.
Well, we're on a construction time frame too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right?
We are, right? You have to get through right away first, and they do have a very succinct timeline of their steps. You can always ask if they can move that up, but we may be told no on that.
So,
But would that not?
We're gonna want to get paid to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the scope of the contract.
Well, they're gonna have to do it anyway.
Is
so-
that, didn't we already pay for that?
But there's an order. There's a prescribed order to how these things work, especially when you're involving sub-consultants, the right-of-way company, that is contracting with them. So, we can ask, but we can't demand that they speed things up when, they have scheduled around the schedule that we've already agreed to, in essence, with the contract.
But this puts it in motion for the right-of-way conversation, for the public comment time frame, getting the surveys done, seeing how accessible it is. This puts it in motion.
A decision on rerouting it on the southern part of Summerfield Road makes it easier for them to move forward.
We're approving that, we've already approved this next step of them talking to the people in the next 3 months, in 3 months. We're approving the next step before they've talked to the people.
And keep in mind, they won't be getting to that on this southern section for a while because nothing has been surveyed, nothing has been designed or engineered, so they don't have, so their right-of-way agents aren't going to have anything solidified enough to go out and knock on doors on the southern section. Because it is about, once a project is far enough along where that right-of-way agent can explain plans, explain exactly where temporary construction easements are, etc. So you can't rush them when we haven't told them yet that's the route. But we can try to rush them on the northern part and see what they say.
If we don't ask them, then how do we know? They might say, okay.
Any further discussion?
I'm asking for a friendly amendment to the motion that the part of the talks with the citizens to let them understand be moved up. At least have the ask that would be moved up to the same time that they're going to start seeing surveying and work done. And would that not help the whole process if they actually agree to it?
They don't know what they're talking about until they survey and look at it.
Yeah,
They don't know where to go construction, they don't know.
So that public comment section and then input won't happen until we give them instructions to go out and do it.
Right.
This is instructions to go.
But you already, but you already have the layout.
But you don't know it's gonna work. What if you go out there and have all the conversation, and for some reason, that sidewalk, that
Curb and gutter.
something's just not gonna work. It's just not gonna happen. So I would rather know that for some reason this might not work where it's shown before you go out and talk to people. You're gonna have all these conversations with people that, for something that we don't know is gonna work.
They may come back and say, oh, you know what, we can't be next to the road. It's got to be on the other side. Don't know until they survey. This gets it to where we know more information.
On a different section, not this section.
On the south section, yes.
Any further discussion? Further? Anything? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Ms. Vanny, I heard you say you're making a friendly, ask for a friendly change to the motion. I never heard if that was accepted or...
Heath and John would both have to...
I couldn't hear what they were saying.
They didn't agree yet.
They didn't take the friendly amendment.
Okay, all right. We're friendly, but I didn't know if this included or not. So the original motion that Mr. Clay shared is what we're voting on, so we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Sarah? Did you hear me? Mr. Whitaker, any other reports, updates, or comments?
I do have one topic. I'm not going to talk in detail about it and not trying to engage any kind of public discussion about it, but there's a lot been said about my employment contract and end of work in Summerfield, and it's been reported when my contract ends, and so I want to make a few comments about that. So just to be on the record, there's been no effort on council's part to have any negotiations regarding my contract. I'm still not clear what the problems are with my standard fare manager contract is, but I have repeatedly tried to have those conversations. I thought that would happen in a closed session this evening, and council members said council just had not had time to talk about my employment situation, and there was a closed session for that tonight, and then no one wanted to speak about it. So there is a dispute, different interpretation about my contract end date, and even though that was reported strangely on social media as this June the 10th, and I have wanted to resolve this amicably with council and just through closed session conversations and just honest discussions about why I'm being asked to leave after 12 years. And I just want to say we still haven't had any conversations, and I would love to resolve this without involving attorneys, but no effort has been shown, so I have requested a mediation that has to be done within 30 days of that notice, which was last Saturday. And again, apart from that mediation, if this council would engage me and talk about anything related to my end of contract, severance, renegotiation of my contract, as was very clearly stated at the February 13th motion, I am here to talk about it. And that's all I have to say about it tonight.
Mr. Whitaker, I believe we are going to discuss it briefly in F, Town Manager.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I believe we are going to discuss it briefly under, was it F for Town Manager?
Mr. Whitaker, since we're making a public comment, I feel that I need to add that I have reached out to you to converse, and you were not receptive to that. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, that's accurate.
That can be your version.
I also have, Keith, I also have.
Okay. I guess we move to item 14.
Can I ask a question under that section of business for manager? Unrelated, related? So we had agreed a couple months ago that you would give us Friday weekly updates so that we would know, have a good idea of what's going on, and it was going really well for a little bit. It was really helpful getting those updates, and the planning department, we were getting updates from them too, and now this month those stopped, and each week I've asked for them. And I know that you had an issue with the last one that you did because it had the meeting with Couch, and we were upset about that because we didn't know about it. But I would ask that those start back up and that we start getting the weekly updates again, please. Is that yes? Will you do that?
I'll think about that. But the last time I reported, I was chastised publicly for meeting with David Couch about greenways. I'm not going to regularly give you information just for you to come to these meetings and berate me about it. So
I don't believe you were chastised for meeting with him.
I believe I was.
It was for not telling us.
I think we asked.
So I told you 2 days after it happened, and I told Councilmember Clay sooner than that, meeting with him. There was nothing to hide there. I was requested to be at a meeting with Mr. Couch about greenways with the mayor, and I went, and we talked about greenways, and I reported it to you the very next report. So if a Friday report is going to be something that you're always picking and choosing things and going back and suggesting you should have known about a meeting or a conversation earlier, then I'm just not going to engage with you over that. And I don't mean for that to be harsh, but
I think it's unprofessional.
Well, you're welcome to your opinion. I think it's unprofessional to not extend someone's contract and say it's about the contract and you're open for negotiations, and then cut me off and not have any of those. And we still haven't had it, so.
Understood.
This should all be done in closed session, all that.
Yeah. Mr. Wendell? Item number 14, business from the mayor and council. Item A, Bandera House rental and the lease agreement.
So this issue was raised earlier in public comments, so just a brief history lesson is that council had wanted to rent the house on the Bandera property shortly after we acquired that for the Bandera Farms project. And it was decided a little over a year ago that we would engage in a rental agreement with someone local for $500 a month. I recall questioning that amount at the time, but it was certainly council's prerogative to move forward with that. And so we have been under a one-year rental agreement with a tenant, and that comes to a close per the agreement on March the 31st. Question has been raised about is that an appropriate rental amount for that size property and for those amenities. We were instructed to ask the Finance Committee their thoughts on it, and I'll turn it over to our Finance Officer to talk more about their comments about that. Dee?
The Finance Committee came up with 5 comps on it, and they didn't make a price recommendation to you. They did recommend. I put the actual notes from the minutes that said that the motion was to recommend that council review the comps that were gathered and consider increasing his current rent of $500 a month to offset some of the costs of Bandera Park construction. And it carried unanimously, and then they also requested that the council ensure all utilities are put in the renter's name. So the comps are
And that utilities portion has been completed, correct?
I spoke with, and I printed it out so it was be in writing, but I called AmeriGas probably 20 times asking if the gas was in the renter's name. And the renter has repeatedly told me that it is, and AmeriGas has repeatedly told me it's not. He does have a login. So if you log in, he gave me his login that he set up under the town's name. And so the bills for the community, we have 2 accounts. One is at Bandera House for gas, and one is here at the community center. So our bills for the community center have been, going to his house. So he did give me his login so that I could see the community center gas bills, and I print them off from his login so I can pay the gas bill here. And but I think, I'm not saying he's lying. I think he thinks that it is in his name, but I repeatedly said, hey, they said it's not in your name. And so I talked to him on Friday, and I actually chatted with him this time so that I could print out what they were saying so that it wouldn't be said that it's not in writing. And I have that printout if anybody wants to look at it. But the gas is not in his name, according to AmeriGas.
Ms. Hall, is the tenant paying utilities?
He did put the Duke Power in his name after he moved in, and he pays that directly to Duke Power. And he has, I think he's had 1 trip out for the gas, and he paid that. So we're not paying his gas. But the terms of his lease say that he's financially responsible for the utilities there, and that if he does leave, if he decides to move out, that he has to fill up the tank. Because we filled it up when he moved in.
Are we losing money annually with this current arrangement?
Well, I don't.
Well,
We're losing money. We're losing money in that we could get more rent than $500 a month.
No, that wasn't my question. Are we, based upon the expenses that we have for this property, are we losing money? Not that how much we can gain from it.
No,
The answer is no.
No, I feel like we're losing money.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a personal preference. I'm just doing what I was asked.
And the property you've seen well maintained from the tenant?
We haven't been inside, but it's fine, on the outside. And like I said, he's paid his gas, and I would like to be able to get the bills for the community center. I would like to figure out a way to do that.
I've been in a situation before where it was with the cable company, and it was the same thing. Every time I call, I'm trying to just pay me, but it's connected to two different places. So is that something that perhaps the three of y'all could get on the phone, because you've got his login number and you can see everything?
Well, I have asked over and over and over and over and over, what can I do, what can I do, what can I do? And they have said he has to fill out the application, he has to put it in his name. And so,
How do you get the login? That's what I don't understand.
well, I mean, he had, yeah, I mean, I don't think he's telling a lie. I think he thinks that it's in his name.
I was just trying to solve it.
I don't really know.
He made an account with them, and he has the login information and logs in and pays his bill, but
But
because
when he
it's
logs
tied.
in, he sees the
Right.
community center.
But
and
it's going to his address, it's just the name, and he's tried over and over, but because it's connected to they just haven't changed the name on it, but the address is his address, and he's paying the bill, and he logs in and he can go see his account, and it's just, he's tried over and over, and you're talking to someone in another country, it's hard that doesn't have English as a first language.
So,
It's
so
hard
it
to
seems like
understand.
that bill is being paid.
It's being paid.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
really comfortable continuing to discuss what is his bills, if he's paying them. I think the bigger thing here is the recommendation from the Finance Committee in addressing that and deciding how we want to move forward.
4 of the 5 comps were not from Summerfield, Jamestown, Greensboro, and Kernersville.
Well, they addressed that as well, and they said because there's not very much rental property in Summerfield.
Okay.
So they got the closest 3-bedroom, 2-bath rentals that they could to the area that were available. There isn't rental property available in Summerfield.
It's my understanding that he also has done some cleanup or something with like fallen trees or anything like that on the ground? No?
No, we paid him.
I mean, there's a lot still in the woods. It's not kept the way the previous property owners kept it, but
We've gotten some trees out.
so we paid for some.
Since he's been in there?
I think so.
Yeah. I don't think he's got that many trees. I didn't know that. I'm not gonna say he didn't. I don't know.
Are you aware if he's doing any work there, Jim?
Yeah, I know that he's pressure washed the house, the outside of the house and the concrete around it, and seeded and fertilized the yard, and whenever it rains heavy, he has to rake all the rocks of the driveway back into place because it washes away, and cutting up trees that have fallen down, and so he's...
What's the ultimate purpose of the house? What's the goal?
Back to the presentation about Bandera. It's very close to the Piedmont Greenway trailhead and playground, but we have not clearly identified how we will be incorporating that yet into the park plan.
We've talked about it though.
We talked about maybe one day having like a park ranger stay, after been there together, having a park ranger.
So its intended use is eventually to be with Bandera as something there, possibly a park ranger.
And it gave us a better driveway in to Bandera Park. Whenever they purchased that property, it gave an existing driveway in to the park.
And besides there existing some confusion about the bills, utility bills, he's been a good tenant.
Yeah,
So that's also helping us make sure the place stays up with upkeep. And was that one of the reasons too he rented it originally?
Yes.
And has anything changed since that then?
I think the intent was back then to have a community servant, like, a firefighter or whatever to live there. And
Is he still a firefighter?
as far as I know,
I'd say if all the conditions are the same as they were, not to change anything, if it's doing us a favor by keeping the place kept.
I will, because I will get torn up on the Facebook page, I'll admit, he is someone that I met through the fire department and has become a friend. I didn't know him before the fire department or outside or other than, but I am friends with him now, and I met him through the fire department. So just so anyone, you think I need to recuse myself for that, I can, but.
Before I get in any trouble too, I don't have a dog in the fight. I was asked to bring this to the finance committee to talk about, I know you had concerns about overages at Bandera Park Farms to think about increasing rent, and I'm very nervous because I don't want to take a hit for this, so I don't like ambushes, so.
Yeah, I brought it forward because everybody was talking about the overages on Bandera, and it's a good way to make some money up on it. $500 to me, even though he's doing some upkeep and stuff, is, man, it's just way low. I would love to have had an opportunity like that when I was raising 2 kids myself. And so, I just, I take issue leaving it there. We knew we were going to do it for a year, didn't realize it was going to be a long term.
I would actually say, we are actually talked about even getting the other, don't we have 2 other houses? One other, I thought there was 3 at one time. About getting the white one up to speed for rental, to also rent it out as affordable housing for workforce in Summerfield, helping with the workforce housing. So I think it wasn't just a 1 year, it was actually 2 houses that are just sitting right now that is costing the town money, and we're not in the business of making money. So I think it would be helping our case with affordable housing if the houses we do own were at least rented out to public servants.
So who makes the determination that it's these people? Not meaning that these particular people. Why not an EMT? Why not a teacher?
Sure.
I mean.
Yeah. I understand. The houses were sitting, and I'm the one that pursued it and asked, hey, can we do something with these houses?
This particular property, is it safe to say that it's going to be less appealing in the future with construction coming? Do you have a tenant in there?
The lease agreement addresses that at some point construction will begin, and it acknowledges that, and it gives the town the right to end that agreement.
30-day notice. But this lease ends March 31st. And I was kind of adamant about that before. I wanted the lease signed. Because the auditor spends a lot of time going through, she goes through all the contracts, and I'm very particular about contracts being met. And so I would like for y'all to make a decision so that another lease can be signed if you want him to stay there at this price. But at least needs to be signed because this lease ends March 31st.
Does the lease go to like a monthly contractor for that, or it just ends?
It ends at March 31st.
And then it goes month to month after that.
Do what?
It goes month to month after that.
No.
Mr. White, do you know?
Well, it'd be a holdover.
Yeah, it does.
That's what I was thinking.
Mr. Clay, what is,
It says it's terminated.
if I was renting the house, what is the average increase rent each year?
So, good question, because I actually got online and did some research. It didn't take me very long to find, but the average year-over-year increase for North Carolina is around between 1% and 8%. So I recognize where Mr. Doggett is saying that it seems like low rent, and I also appreciate what Councilman Hamilton is saying about not wanting to increase. I don't feel comfortable increasing a public servant or not, I'll just say tenant, based upon these comps, and well over 100% increase. That just doesn't sound fair to me.
They did not put a price on there.
They didn't.
They said,
But
here's the comps.
the comps do show well over 100%. So I don't feel comfortable with that. If the council feels like we need to increase, I would say go with an average of what North Carolina typically does, between 1% and 8%. I would feel comfortable at 5%, but I'm not more.
Do we want to go 4%?
I don't know why,
I'll make the motion to renew the contract as is. Was it for a year?
Well,
It was 1 year lease.
It's a 1 year lease.
I'll make the motion, I move to renew the contract as is for another year.
Have a motion, we have a second.
Do I need to recuse myself for any reason, Bob?
Ask the board, if they feel.
Do you want me to
uncomfortable
recuse myself?
participating. I don't think you have any kind of legal conflict of interest.
I have no financial interest to gain from this, so no.
No, you don't.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Do I make the friendly amendment now, or do I have to wait till second?
I think you have to have a second. Has anybody said a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, the motion is second.
Can we put something in there within 6 months of contract termination or ending that we look at price increase instead of waiting till last minute?
So that'd be for us, yeah. I mean,
I don't think you need to have that in the lease, but you can decide here tonight that you're going to, on January 1st or whatever, of 2025, review the lease again for the upcoming year.
so I would accept that as an amendment, not to be included in the lease, but just for us to put it on our timeline.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it is unanimous. Item B, board appointments, reappointments to the planning board. Mr. Vaney.
Okay, we have 3 alternates sitting on the planning board, and any of those can be up for reappointment. And I'm just going to call the names: Dwayne Craig, Ron Collier, and Tara Peterson. The mayor and I interviewed them all at the same time, and they're all in their first term, and they've been a member since 123, so a little over a year ago. And all their terms expire on 126. So with that said, everybody can throw out names or who they're thinking about they would like to have fill that seat.
I spoke with all 3. I think all 3 were great. Be fortunate to have any of them there.
I echo that, Ms. Helen.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Dwayne Cripe to the board. His term to expire 126.
You have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
And so it's 4-1. Motion carries 4-1.
I
Ms.
just-
Price appointed to the planning board.
May I just make a comment?
Sure.
In general, that I think we have really good candidates across the board, and this is a hard decision, but I want each one of those candidates to know that we appreciate them being there.
Okay. Item D.
C.
No, I put a check, I'm sorry. Item C, water, the phase 1 proposal.
I was asked to provide an update. The direction last month was to approve and implement the contract with Freeze & Nichols as written, with the exception of changing that tank size from 200,000 gallons to no more than 130,000 gallons.
How much?
So 130,000 gallons was the motion and directive last month. So that contract has been signed. That change wording is up on the screen. Talked with the engineer about it because remember they were recommending not less than 200, but we understood the council's directive, and so it says include an elevated storage tank up to 130,000 gallons with final size to be determined as part of the project. So that project or that task authorization or scope of services has already been signed and is in motion.
So that's just an update. Does anyone have any questions to the update? Hearing none, I'll move on to item D, potential de-annexation and hiring a PR firm. And this is just another update. Mr. Bainey.
Okay, so with that said, I'm just gonna quickly go back to the retreat for the Guilford County Commissioners, and I found the actual quote from Mayor Vaughn: "Capacity slated for new water north of lakes." So that is coming. I think that helps connect the dots with Berger, as he said he is going to push through de-annexation. Council suggested or gave me permission to look for PR firms. I've looked for several. Some will not call me back. I think that they consider de-annexation toxic. We have one person who was willing to help, but he said we have to have a united front, and we should have started 6 to 8 months ago. Right now, any type of PR, hiring a PR firm or messaging would be what is considered crisis PR because of where we are and with the de-annexation date of the 24th of April approaching us very quickly. Right. So I think that we should not hire, but the gentleman's name is Michael Holmes. He is with HMA Consulting, and it's my son. Anyway, he said that if we wanted help with like a quick message or something like that, he would be willing to help us just to get started. If we were going to hire him, we're looking at $75,000. That does not include like any commercials or anything to get this across the state of North Carolina. We're not doing that. I'm just letting everybody know what was out there. With that said, I have been working on some stuff, and I will tell you as a citizen, I think I have enough. I'm going to keep one to talk about for right now, and keep this one if you'll pass. It's front and back. Pretend this is a flyer, okay? A mailer in your mailbox. This is the best I could do with my Word doc. Anyway, what I want to do, they're not the same. They look the same at first.
This is a prototype.
This is a prototype, yes. So going forward, we need a united message. We need a message that we can get out across the state of North Carolina. I will tell you, I have emailed over 100 towns to let them know what's happening and that they will more than likely be next. I've had some people reach back to me, and they wanted to be able to see our they wanted to see House Bill 5, they wanted to see our resolution. So we have some messaging that we need to do. What I want is I would like for the council to give consensus to get a URL web address so we can have a www.savesummerfieldnc.com. That doesn't cost a lot of money, but it gives people across the state an opportunity to get to information quickly, and be able to help educate themselves quickly. The other thing is possibly sending a mailer out to all of Guilford County, in particularly Summerfield, Oak Ridge, and Stokesdale. And then what we would have to do, and that would be hints. this one that says Stop Forced De-Annexation, Save Summerfield and NC Small Towns. So this would be a flyer that would go out. I'm working with pricing on that. It's really expensive, trying to get bulk rate postage, but getting this out in one to each town across North Carolina. The other thing, so I'm asking for, we need to be able to spend some money to get out there. I don't know exactly how much it is. The first price I got, I had sticker shock, and so I went back to the drawing board. Again, if we need I'm going to call it a message check for Michael Holmes, that we be able to spend some money, but not go out full-fledged. The other thing is we need to be able to post a message on our town website and our town Facebook page. It's a unified message. It's a call for citizens for grassroots help. Why I'm asking for citizens, I wish everybody was still here, because they are our best defense. They are our assets. And they are the reason that this has gotten stopped before. Citizens are the reasons that the casinos got stopped before in Raleigh. I've had legislators tell me, you come to Raleigh, you knock on their door, you sit there during the voting process, and it's really hard for them to look you in the face, and that's how the casinos got stopped. So I want to get that. The second flyer that I did was, and it says on the back who it's to, so this would be one that I would send to the General Assembly, just so they could see how the heart of Summerfield is ripped out. So that is that with as far as the PR firm. If anybody has any questions, I'm sorry, I forgot one more thing. I only have 2 copies because I actually only got this done right before the meeting tonight. And I have written a resolution opposing the legislative de-annexation of certain properties. Oh, I see a typo already. From the town of Summerfield. I only printed 2 copies. I literally got up and walked out of the house. But I would like to have this signed, and it is in a format that I think that we can have all of our towns across North Carolina just add their town to this, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's there. They say, yep, we want to be on there, and I'd start with this coming Thursday with the town of Stokesdale. I don't know if you want me to read it, or you want to...
Could we go over each, kind of a couple of the topics that you said? The first one was the PR firm. Did you mean for us to actually hire the PR firm for the $75,000, or are you looking to do something separate?
No, just do not hire them for the $75,000 unless we have a united front to fight the-annexation.
And at this point, we don't have one.
I honestly couldn't tell.
That's the question. Do you were talking about the mailers, and I think that you've talked to people too. There's a lot of folks in our community that want to help.
I can have the artwork done for free. I can't have the postage, and the postage is the large portion of the cost.
One of the things that I spoke to actually a lobbyist about too was, the involvement from our people. He thinks that would be helpful. If he could be somebody that we could work with too on sending these notices out and helping us craft what we need to craft. Would you be okay with maybe you working with him on doing those things?
Absolutely. But we need to roll out by Thursday.
And do you want to read what you have there, the resolution?
I can.
All right.
It's not proofread really well, so my kids can yell at their teacher. Okay, the resolution opposing the legislative de-annexation of certain properties from the town of Summerfield. Whereas the town of Summerfield, by and through, a lot of this is part of what we had in our old resolution. Through its town council, does hereby adopt the following resolution to be submitted to Guilford County Legislative Delegation to the North Carolina General Assembly, and desires to also communicate its position to the city of Greensboro, Guilford County, small towns across North Carolina, and the General Assembly upon approval. Whereas the town of Summerfield opposes all de-annexation efforts in particular any effort by Mr. David Couch, Summerfield Farms, the villages of Summerfield Farms, and or related limited liability companies owned or jointly owned by Mr. David Couch, and or anyone on his behalf to de-annex all or any portion of the property within the corporate limits of the town of Summerfield. In addition, the North Carolina General Assembly granting the proposed de-annexation in the town of Summerfield or any other town of its magnitude would usurp the role of local government and its elected officials. Any legislation absent of a referendum of the town of Summerfield citizens would go against the desire of the majority of the town of Summerfield citizens, along with citizens across the state of North Carolina. Whereas the town submits the following: the villages of Summerfield Farms, or the villages, are potential tracts of proposed de-annexation. These properties total approximately, I put 973 plus acres because when you go and add the acreage in the House Bill 5, it's not 973, it's more. In the heart of Summerfield, close to its town core, while two Unified Development Ordinance text amendment requests by the developer were denied since 2021 UDO changes, the village's project has not been denied outright, nor has there been a denied rezoning associated with the project. On 10/5/23, the previous denied text amendment was added to the Summerfield UDO exactly as requested by David Couch. Whereas these properties are not contiguous and a de-annexation of this magnitude would result in isolated tracts and create complex town boundaries that would complicate functions of Summerfield's limited services government.
Is that the end of it?
No. To allow such interference would destroy our town's ability to preserve its historic fabric and natural resources. Similarly, allowing a developer's dissatisfaction with a rezoning decision to lead to the de-annexation of nearly 1,000 acres would represent a significant blow to local zoning policies and enforcement, as well as the basic contiguity of the community. Pursuing the strategy will only further polarize the situation. Whereas no data-driven studies have been presented to reflect the physical impact in short and long term, offering insight into the net impact that such de-annexation would have on the town of Summerfield and its citizens' tax obligations. Whereas any de-annexation of such magnitude, coupled with the strong obligation of local elected officials and citizens alike, would set a harmful precedent in diminishing the role of local government granted to municipalities by the state of North Carolina. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town council opposes de-annexation of the aforementioned properties that would result in said property being within Guilford County's sole jurisdiction. The town council is also opposed to any annexation from any surrounding jurisdiction. The town acknowledges the active annexation agreement between the City of Greensboro and the Town of Summerfield that prohibits annexation of properties north of the existing corporate limits of the town as indicated, and there is a map, until at least May of 2027. The Town of Summerfield and the Summerfield Town Council is opposed to any large tracts, 10 plus acres, de-annexation to towns across North Carolina due to the overreach of the North Carolina General Assembly by bypassing local ordinances by seeking involuntary legislative de-annexations. The Town of Summerfield asks other municipalities to join forces and sign this resolution to stand as one body against the annexation.
Lynn, is that something that the resolution we sign and then we have them sign too?
Yes, we would have everybody sign.
Mayor Sessoms, if Mr. Hornick, you're still on the clock, Mr. Hornick. If Mr. Hornick could tighten that up and shorten it, would you be okay signing that as the mayor? Something with that intent, but shorter.
If the council votes for that to be a resolution, I would have to sign it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hornick, do you think you could tighten that up and make sure that...
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Tomorrow?
I believe... Yeah, I'm sorry. Just bring that on you.
I have some things I would like to correct out of it too.
Would you be open to allowing several of us to have the opportunity to review and perhaps shorten? I love the intent. I think it's on target. And I think working together, we can come up with something.
How about all of us, not several
Yeah.
of us, all of us.
Sounds good. But it's got to be fast.
Well, it has to be done by...
We need it by
Thursday.
Thursday evening so that we can present it to Stokesdale at their town council meeting.
So if Bob works on it tomorrow, I think you
Shoot me a
said,
draft.
then if
I'll work on
you
it
send it to all
tomorrow
of
morning. I'll
us,
get it back to everybody.
Yeah, just... Yeah,
and then
short.
you send it to
I
us.
mean, I'll get it back to everybody tomorrow morning. If I get it by tomorrow morning, you'll get it by tomorrow.
So deadline is Thursday in a day? Thursday in a day.
No, Stokesdale already has a resolution for it.
They have one, but what I want is something that is a united piece across the state of North Carolina. So I would ask them to sign this. It has a lot of their stuff in there as well. And I took a piece from Oak Ridge as well. So I am fine with everybody working on this if we can get it by Thursday.
Mr. Bain, is the intent for other towns to adopt a similar resolution?
Yes.
And then share this with the General Assembly?
Yes.
Okay.
I went to Stoneville last week asking for support, and I think it's great. I was planning on going to Stokesdale this week, and it sounds like they want to be helpful as well, from what I understand. So I think it's a good idea to formalize it. I guess I'll make the motion. I move that Ms. Devaney give a copy of this to Mr. Hornick tonight, if possible. I guess or tomorrow, depending on how long we're here, and that Mr. Hornick. Once he'll send that back to everybody, and upon a consensus, we'll allow you to take it to Stokesdale. And Mayor Sessoms can sign it.
I'm not sure how we can approve something that we haven't read.
I'm saying upon the consensus.
In an open meeting, can we do that, Bob?
Can we make a consensus that everybody get your version, read it, comment, go back, you fix it, and then if it goes and everybody's okay with it, then you sign it and it goes on Thursday.
We're really treading on open meetings laws issues there.
That's what I thought.
We're meeting without meeting. You know what I mean?
But it wouldn't be a discussion.
Every resolution we've passed, we've read in open session. We voted on it.
There's not a requirement that you read the resolution in open session. It's got to be part of the public record, but there's not a requirement that you read it verbatim in the open session.
But how do we take a vote once we've all read it to say, yeah, okay?
That's the part I'm more concerned about.
Can we just do a special call meeting or emergency meeting to just do this?
My son's getting married Thursday, and I'm booked all day tomorrow getting ready for it.
You could have a special call meeting with 48 hours notice if you wanted to plan it for
Friday morning.
Friday. Well, I don't know about your availability.
I don't know that Stokesdale needs to sign another one. I feel like they signed one, so they're kind of checked off. So what's our next deadline if they're already did a resolution supporting us?
I think the message in this is even though they signed it and they support us, it's a united front across North Carolina, that the overreach of the General Assembly to what they would do with the annexation is not right.
I understand. It sounds like it might be complicated though to get it done before Thursday. Yeah. To shift for just a second to make sure we keep moving, Ms. Devaney, what would you think about a motion allowing you to work with Mr. King where we set a limit of money and to use our lobbyists to...
But we wouldn't be paying him.
No.
This would be for like mailings or
right.
Or to bind a website.
Can we?
We need budget amendments.
Yes.
I mean, I've asked for, I asked for any proposals and things. I mean, we can't, I know y'all don't want to set a limit on things, but legally you have to.
Well, that's why I said we set a limit today. We'd set a limit.
Yeah, legally you have to. I have to make a budget amendment. You can make another budget amendment later, but I don't have postage in the budget to do that, and so you have to give some kind of direction.
Well, I don't know exactly how much the website is. I heard it's not very much. I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to get that number. If I tell you the number of the first mailer I got, and this was to every single household across Guilford County, it was, and we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. It was $78,000. That's it. I know, I'm about like dying. But anyway,
Well, how our purchasing policy is that we get 3 quotes, and especially with professional services, we're governed by the Minnie Brooks Act, and we have to get requests for qualifications for, like, you know, professional services. I mean, we're not doing any of those things, and I'm very uncomfortable.
what's the limit? Isn't there a limit for something that?
Well, there's $50,000 for, so I'm very uncomfortable that we're not, I'm gonna lose my perfect office.
So I've already almost like decreased my numbers or mailings by half. I'm not gonna say that's gonna get me down to half, but I've already figured out how to do that. So that would be under the $50,000 mark.
Dee, let me ask you a question. So, what Mr. Bainey is saying is we want to shift away from the PR firm. We want to allocate funds away from the PR firm, what seems like to more of a grassroots
Well, I
Mm-hmm.
never did a budget amendment for the
Let me
PR
ask
firm.
you a
because I
question.
never-
But we don't have we're not.
To a grassroots approach. Can we make a motion to allocate funds for administrative fees for mailers, websites, so forth, whatever that fee is for us, for the town to be able to pay for whatever that we do as grassroots
You
efforts?
just have to tell me an amount, and I'll make a budget amendment, but you can't
Up to,
legally
right.
just say.
We may
we're
use
gonna do this,
10%
and I'll let you
of it
know
all.
later.
Well, that's what I said earlier. We would set an amount.
I can help you with the website. I've done it before.
You have to have.
It's cheap.
Yeah, and I bet citizens would help with that and would cover that cost. It's cheap. I mean, I bet $40 a month. Next
I
month.
don't know, I don't feel comfortable with that. I think we need to use our funds to do
Okay,
that.
fair enough.
What's that?
We have a town website.
What did he say?
It's gotta be something that's gonna be, where we can get this stuff on there, like immediately.
But that's one component of a multi-pronged attack, I would say. Website is one of them. So like Mr. Hamilton's saying, we need to allocate funds away from what we did, what we're saying we're not doing now. And
There was no funds to you to allocate away from.
No, away from,
So
right.
you're starting over. I never got.
But to create a maximum amount.
Yes.
Okay.
You could use,
If for some reason we hit that max amount, we need another, is that possible?
Another budget amendment, yes.
Sounds good.
I would suggest somewhere either at or below what the expected cost of the PR firm was. And then, like I said, you work directly with Sebastian on using our citizens and mailers or what have you. Let him okay it. Or you work with him to okay it.
Sure.
Will we provide all receipts directly to you, Dee?
Oh, yes, you can.
All right.
And, I mean, yes.
Okay. John?
So I move, do we settle on an amount that I should use? You want to do 75 or 50?
I mean, we've had a good majority of people say, listen, I'm willing to help save our town.
Right, I'm not.
I'm
Instead of
moving.
paying a PR firm. You're good with this?
It's still a lot of money. I mean, it's still a lot of money. It sounds like that it could be as early as tomorrow that this is going to hit. Because it's on the calendar. Just, I don't know, it's just a lot of money.
But that doesn't mean we're gonna use it.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying.
Bob, I have a question about the meeting date. We're all supposed to get back together. I know it's a special call meeting and I know you have to do it, but that's on the 19th. Could we do a second special call meeting 15 minutes ahead of time to read the resolution and have the mayor sign it and do all that on the 19th? I mean, it's more than 48 hours.
Sure,
But is that,
you can do that.
would everybody
It
like
would
that?
just add to the notice, right?
As long as you have the special meeting notice in a timely fashion, 48 hours in advance of the.
And we can't just add that
If
to the
they're
agenda?
all
then?
present, can't they add it to the
Yeah,
agenda?
we just add it.
If- Okay,
If they're all, that's right. If they're all
okay,
present.
so we don't have to notice it twice,
Correct.
Right.
but they all have to agree, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what the statute says, yeah.
So, I mean, does that work out with everybody since we're already together?
So,
Yes.
yeah, so that's the resolution you're talking about, right? And then you're going to go back to the, you working with the lobbyist?
Yes, sir.
All right. I move to allow Lynn to work with Sebastian King with a limit of $75,000 to use as her lobbyist directs with Lynn's approval.
Dee?
I mean, tell me some more things that might be in that 75,000.
For administrative fees in a grassroots effort.
That could include postage,
Correct.
web
So-
hosting.
It would be
Hosting.
postage and actually printing, not
Transportation.
design. I've already
Media.
talked to,
Okay.
That's it.
website, maybe.
Sebastian King.
And I just wanted to be able to put in a few things on the
$75,000 to
Documents,
use as her lobbyist directs.
shipping.
Thank y'all for doing it right this time. I was really scared before.
Okay, so you made that motion?
I was trying to have you numbers, but I had a heart attack, so.
Well, I'm talking about the special meeting, when y'all didn't set a limit on the VR firm.
So we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. I ask our town clerk if she will read the motion back.
Hamilton motion to allow Lynn to work with King with a limit of $75K to use at the lobbyist direct approval, is that what you said?
As her lobbyist directs with Lynn's approval.
directs when one's approved.
As our lobbyist directs.
Directs. Okay.
Okay, that's the motion we're considering. Have a motion and a second. Do we have further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And it carries unanimously.
I just want to clear up one statement that was made. You said that we didn't have a unified front against the de-annexation.
That was a question.
Well, it came across as a statement.
Well, it was a question.
Well, I'm just going to clear it up. I am against the de-annexation. I am against also spending a ton of money on stuff that I don't think is going to be the bang for the buck. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear that I'm.
I will keep everybody abreast. Bob, as long as nobody comments back to me, if I say the mailer postage is X, I can just notify them as there's no
There's no
discussion.
discussion. You're just like sending out, here's what the cost is.
And does this mean that we're not going to get 3 quotes and do all the things that we normally do whenever we?
Well, you said if it's
This would
under
be-
50,000,
We're providing receipts.
And this is under the lobbyist direction as well, so.
I have to mean, and that's not how we do our purchasing things, but since council's doing it and staff is not doing it, maybe we don't have to follow our purchasing policy.
Well, what do you recommend?
I recommend getting a request for qualifications and I mean, we're sticklers for following our.
I think the PR person told us that we're at this late in the game, since no one has done anything yet. It's crisis communication. So had we done something 6-8 months ago, we'd have more time for things. But at this point, there's very little time to make sure we really reach the legislature. We've already approved Mr. King. Yeah, and I think having his involvement in it and his direction about things he can use to help lobby, I think also helps that. Do you think that does not?
Well, I mean, I think that, maybe the council has authority to not.
Mr. Hornick, is that not allowed?
I'm looking at the statute, I'm looking up the statute right now with the Mini Brooks Act. And I think that the council can adopt a resolution waiving or.
You can up to 50,000.
Up to 50,000.
And we've used that for professional services in the past. But over 50,000, and it requires a qualification process for professional services. Now that's loosely defined what professional services are. I think that would be a determination of you, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah. Units of local government may, in writing, exempt particular projects from the provisions of this article. This is the competitive bidding stuff. In the case of proposed projects where the estimated professional fee is an amount less than $50,000. That's the provision of what we're talking about.
So, Mr. Murray, do I need to make a motion to edit the motion we just
Well,
passed?
that's why I was very uncomfortable with the PR thing, because I'm like, well, this is against state statute.
Actually, is it though? Because is the Mini Brooks Act, is it supposed to be $50,000 cumulative, or is that $50,000 in one chunk? So if you were to spend, say, $5,000 on this, $10,000 on this.
It's per contract.
Yeah.
Right, so I think if Lynn doesn't do anything above $50,000 in one chunk, it wouldn't activate that Mini Brooks Act. Is that right?
It's talking about an estimated professional fee.
And on School of Government, I'm looking at here too.
If you hired someone that was going to get several invoices to you, you couldn't get around the Mini Brooks Act by having them invoice you in smaller chunks.
Right. You can't evade the effect of the law by breaking it down into, three $25,000 chunks.
As long as it's not into the same person, right? If it's money spent to separate entities, as long as she doesn't spend more than $50,000 to separate entities. What's that?
on any one professional.
Okay, so
And
if
that was
shipping
never
is
my
one charge,
intention.
and each one was a different one.
As long as you don't go over $50,000
Like,
in any one.
out of that money, the website,
The mailers, the media.
The mailers,
the documents,
that's-
the postage.
I don't think any of those would be
They're
and
all
then the provision would
different.
be, you'd have to make sure you don't spend $50,000 with any one professional service.
Correct.
Yeah, so we would just amend it.
That was
if I could-
never my intention.
Yeah, so it can still survive.
We still do get quotes. Depends what y'all pay.
But it sounds like that follows within statute.
I think it's a policy, and the board, and the council wants to,
It's an ordinance that we have.
I forget what the right word is, but to
Circumvent the ordinance.
circumvent the ordinance is a way to say it, I suppose.
Which ordinance are we circumventing?
Our
Town's purchasing ordinance, but, you know, it's your call. If you want to, it's a crisis, and if you deem it an emergency, then.
I mean, I think the
Yes,
problem now is if we
absolutely.
take and get 3 quotes from everyone, do you think we're going to be able to work effectively, quickly?
Sure, I mean, I just want it to be, I just kind of want it to be on record that that is not our purchasing ordinance, but you can circumvent that.
3 quotes per month.
Well, like if you were going to have somebody to design this, then, or let's say, whatever, we
Print it.
would get 3 quotes from
It's
somebody.
her. It's me. We're
No, I'm
designing.
saying.
Printed, like printers.
Printers or something, I'm just throwing out whatever you're looking at, but if y'all don't.
So when you buy paper, like you just buy paper for your printers, I mean, how do you do that? Where do you buy your paper from?
That's
Well,
not
that's the-
professional services.
Yeah,
That's a different, that
So
many books doesn't
if she
apply.
designs a mailer and she wants to put postage on it, does she have to get
No.
quotes from 3 separate places for postage? Okay. So there would be some things obviously that wouldn't apply anyway. So it's, I'm sorry, Mr. Whitaker, what was that?
He
That
said
said,
this,
just let you do it.
No, it's a question. I mean,
Yeah, it's okay.
it's the marketplace of ideas. If you don't talk things out, you don't get anywhere. So I'd like to hear what you say instead of saying just let you do it. It sounds to me like the
Just, we want to be
postage.
agreeable, so that's.
Yes.
Mr. Mark, do we need to reduce that to 50? To be,
I don't think so, not if, it's fine. As long as you're not spending over 50,000 on professional services.
That's
And one professional service.
Okay, item E, release of communications, reference the annexation OSMV text amendment.
That was me. I sent some emails to Bob that I wanted to ask about whether or not those are still attorney-client privilege.
From my perspective, it is the council's call.
And some of these communications, from what I understand, Mr. Moore, and I thought it would be better to ask.
Some of it wasn't so much that it was attorney-client privilege or privileged communication as it was, we were in the midst of negotiations. And in my opinion, and the opinion of Michael Thielen, and the opinion of Jay Devaney, releasing those documents to the public at that time was foolish.
But
if you want to release them, go right ahead.
But as far as releasing them at the time, he's saying it's foolish, but the question is not so much is it releasing it foolish, but is releasing it something that we can withhold, right, legally withhold.
If no one's asked for it, you can withhold it.
Nobody's asked for communications back and forth, Mr. Couch?
I had public records requests.
She did.
You bet I did.
So that would be the question, whether or not we can legally
do what you want.
Comply with my public record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warwick. Did I offend you by the question?
No.
So I'm not asking you what we want to do. I'm asking you legally, are we supposed to
He
disclose
gave
it?
his opinion.
I'm sorry.
It's up to the council.
Records.
What, I'm sorry, sir?
They're public records.
They are public records. Okay. Well, it sounds like, Janelle, there is no reason to make a motion. They're already public records. That there's no reason to hold that. So you can give those out. And Ms. Dunham, I think you said you made it. If you'd make sure she gets them.
So just as a clarification on that, so the attorney communication from Mr. Tom Carroll in response to your invitation for Mr. Couch to sit down and negotiate with us or talk with us, so that seems to be the same type of communication, so.
Yeah, actually,
Right.
I was going to talk about it.
That's already in the media.
Yeah, it's already out. Those things are
He sent it to them.
There was no expectation of privacy when I sent that. There was no expectation that it would be confidential when I sent that. There was a complete expectation for the response I received. I was very expectant, exactly what I thought we could get, and I think it's out there already.
Did I hear you say that Tom Terrell already submitted to the media?
I think it is out there. I'm not sure how it got out there, but I believe it's already been sent out there.
The media weren't copied on the email.
Yeah.
That's for what that's worth.
Yeah, per the last meeting, I spoke with our attorney on his advice. I sent it myself. If he, from what Thielen said, if he wants to involve an attorney, he can. Couch's attorney sent his response. It was anticipated. The response, the way it was written, was equally anticipated. Everything he said, I think, was very predictable. It's disappointing, I believe, in the level of gamesmanship that's all going on. But while we're carrying out our regular affairs of the town, I think Couch's attorney intends to paint all of our actions as being related to David Couch and rebukes any effort we give for a compromise. We intend to continue to work towards a local solution and to speak with the General Assembly. But I think the message was clear and confirmed that he doesn't want to work anything out. I think he really wants the annexation. And that was just the confirmation that really we needed.
All right, I think we're good on that one.
Okay.
Do you think do you not?
No. Well, I take exception that a letter was sent and the council was not included in input or even reading the letter before it was sent.
Well, at the last meeting, we asked him to reach out to
Now, if there is more conversation about that, you might want to have that in closed session. So I can discuss
Every time I was asked to communicate with attorneys or Mr. Couch, I shared it with everybody and got their input and made changes.
Is that the same way you released the statement that you said that you did, but I think Mr. Whitaker said that some people okayed, but Janelle, didn't you say nobody else saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, no, that was totally different.
Okay.
It was totally different.
So you released a statement.
I put out
tend to disagree.
information to, well, you can, that's fine.
Okay.
I put out information to correct the erroneous information that was being released into the community. And I did that on my own. I said it on my own then, I said it on now. So, if you suggested earlier, Mr. Hamilton, that we were going to be talking about the town manager, but F clearly says recruitment. And so, if this is not the place for any discussion of Mr. Whitaker, and you suggested earlier that that was going to be here, and I would have never thought that would be here since you're saying recruitment.
I didn't say recruitment.
And I didn't say recruitment. I don't know how that got on there.
And I emailed Mr. Whitaker as well and told him that it was not recruitment. It was, I think, in general. It might include recruitment.
But if it's a personnel matter, it should not be discussed in open session.
I believe even personal matters have to be voted on in public. Is that right, Mr. Hornick?
They do have to be voted on in public. I can answer that.
Right. So
Now,
without
talking
talking
about the town manager's position, that's different than talking about town manager Scott Whitaker's performance.
So we're not talking about his performance.
We're just talking about the position, kind of conceptually.
Yes.
That's okay for
Feel free to stop me at any point if I go anywhere where I should be, or anybody. I think, Landis, you put this on there. Do you?
What I put on there, yes, I put on position. I did not put recruitment. I don't know how that got on there. And also for G and H, it says recruitment. That's not, here's my email. That's not on there. That's not what I asked.
Okay, well, it's town manager position then. So if you put that on there, can you discuss it?
Yes, sir. Okay, so We are going forward and starting a new process, and I think that in doing so and looking for a town manager for our town, I wanted to ask Keith if he would be in charge of doing that. That seems to fit along with what he does, and you be the point person on that, collect, receive applications, help get out what needs to be done. In addition to that, I wanted to look at hiring an employment law attorney to help facilitate the transition of any matter regarding Mr. Whitaker's exit in June of 2024, and when a new manager is hired. And based on this and having Brian Friedman read the contract, who was totally unbiased to the whole thing.
I wouldn't go into too much, but go ahead.
Anyway, all he did was suggest that a Miss Patty Ramseur, she would be a great hire for an employment law attorney. And she's with Ramseur Maltsby, Mautlsby is how you spell that. And I looked into her because Brian referred, and she said that if we were willing, she would be willing to represent Summerfield. And that's it.
Well, I move that we retain Attorney Patty Ramseur and that Ms. Devaney will be the liaison to Ms. Ramseur for the purpose of assisting us with all employment matters relating to any issue regarding Mr. Whitaker's contract ending in June of '24 and the hiring of a new manager. And Heath be placed as the point person. I'm sorry, Mr. Hornet.
No, Dia just asked me the question, so I just responded. That was a motion?
That's a motion. I move.
I don't understand the motion, so I have a question.
All right, ask a question.
Your motion was to hire someone to help with employment law, and Ms. Devaney be in charge of that. And then you said that Heath would be over that. Ms. Devaney's request was that Heath be over the, I guess we would call it, search committee. Hiring someone to represent us in an employment engagement is very different than recruiting a new town manager. So
you're absolutely right.
Did you mean to put those two together?
I meant to say and Heath as the point person for the search for a new attorney, new town manager.
So I'm confused as the manager, because if we're talking about replacing me and putting Mr. Clay in charge of that, is that not the same as recruitment? I'm kind of confused with that word.
As we said earlier, it could include, but it's not limited to.
So Bob, is it appropriate to put those two things in one motion? Is that okay?
Sure, I mean, if everyone understands the motion, it's okay.
I can separate them, bifurcate them, if needed.
I'm fine, go ahead if it's okay, as long as it's okay with Mr. Horn. Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We have a motion and we have a second. Would anyone like to hear the motion read again to make sure everybody understands it and then discuss it?
I would like to know what this conversation over here is. What's so funny and what's happening?
Nobody's laughing over here.
They're smiling away. What's happening over here?
We're trying to understand your conversation. We're just asking to clarify.
Can you ask us?
Well, Mr. Whitaker, to respond to what you said in open session earlier, this will allow somebody to communicate with you. I think it will help resolve your issue faster.
So you're not allowed as my employer, you're not allowed to have conversations with me?
I think given the things that you said during this meeting, particularly, and Mr. Hornick, please stop me if I say anything wrong or I shouldn't say, but given the fact that you said you have given notice about a dispute of some kind, I think it's better for someone else to communicate with you at this point. but for those issues, so that we can continue to focus on Summerfield.
Okay, back to my question. We have a motion and we have a second. Would you all like to have Sarah reread the motion, or does everybody understand it and prepared to discuss it?
We read it?
Reread it. So much fun. Hamilton motion to hire Rancer and have Lynn be the point person with that, and then Heath will be in charge of the applications going forward for the new manager, and it's seconded by Heath. Is that
We
okay?
can't hear you.
That's right.
That was correct.
Okay.
That was correct.
That's the whole motion. Okay, discussion?
Being new to this and not knowing everything that's going on, what's the employment lawyer for?
To discuss any issues that come up with, from the exit of Mr. Whitaker to the hiring of a new one. And Mr. Hornick will be gone here shortly. So this will allow somebody to be in place that can do that.
And I couldn't do it anyway. I mean,
I understand. I appreciate your candor.
Any further discussion?
Is this normal?
None of this is normal.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, Bob, none of this is what?
Normal.
I asked if this was normal, all this.
Yeah. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And it carries. Item G, town attorney position. Who put that on here?
Did everyone have a chance to schedule an appointment with Mr. Hoffman?
I did.
I did.
I did. Did anybody even, do you have an appointment that you're trying to get, or you just didn't schedule one?
I haven't scheduled one yet.
Okay. With everything pending, we need an attorney. This is Bob's last meeting.
About that.
Wait,
What's that?
did everyone get an email with dates to schedule their,
I did.
Tim says he didn't get it.
I sent it to Scott. I think Scott forwarded to everybody.
I did.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I was told the email came from Mr. Hamilton. I looked at my emails from Mr. Hamilton. Did I get it from you?
You got it from me.
Okay.
Yes, he sent it to me and
Well,
I
I'll
forwarded it
recheck
to
it.
everyone.
I was gonna make a motion that, we move forward. Go ahead, but.
Hold on one second. Mr. Hornick, you know, you're going to be gone relatively soon, right?
April
19
1st.
days, 18 days and some hours.
I was going to say counting down the seconds now, probably. I like Mr. Hoffman. I think, who here has met him, likes him, would like to? If we,
I had the opportunity to meet him. Thank you for setting that up. And I actually, that was,
can we talk about this here? Is that okay? Or Mr. Hornick or no?
The town attorney position?
Yeah.
Have at it.
Okay.
Mr. Hamilton, at the School of Government, met a lot of nice people and networked with other town council and legal counsel, and that name actually was provided to me as a reference. So
Yeah.
I was shocked that when you said that name, like, oh my goodness, that's actually somebody that was recommended.
What is the process that we need to go through to recruit Mr. Hoffman? I've spoken with Mr. Hoffman several times. He's very interested. Do we have to do that? I don't believe we do, but
There's no fixed statutory process for hiring the attorney.
I believe I could probably work out, or if the council wanted me to work out a mutually acceptable contract with him. Should I wait to make a motion? I was going to make a motion that I work that out with him and that I get a consensus from the majority, which I guess we would just come back for a special call meeting, maybe even on the...
Oh, on the 19th.
The 19th, yeah.
It could be that, I mean, it could be in your April 9th meeting if you wanted to.
Do-
If we formally adopted a contract or something. approved it, but that's up to you.
Should I make, if I'm going to be the one who works things out with him, should I make, or someone make a motion that I try to hash out a contract with him for us to come back?
It'd be appropriate for someone to authorize you to negotiate a contract with Mr. Hoffman or whoever.
Okay.
Can we see if Tim and John Doggett can try to meet with him before the meeting on the 19th, and so that we can talk about it then?
He made it seem like he
I
wanted
think
the
we need
contract.
somebody.
What?
He made it seem like he wanted to sign the contract by then. So.
No. For us to come back, work it out with him, for us to come back on the 19th.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Are you okay, with trying to meet with him by then? And
I will try.
Okay.
Tim?
Sure.
Thank you. So do we want to put it on the agenda for the 19th?
Well, I think we want to make sure if we're going to, if things are mutually acceptable, I want to make sure we have somebody locked in place because Mr. Hornick, again, will be gone relatively soon. And so,
Okay.
Do we need to make this a motion?
Yeah.
that way at least we can work it out.
Yeah.
So, could you?
Make a motion?
I can. Or do you want to?
You can work it, that's fine.
Okay. I move that upon a mutually accepted contract, the town of Summerfield hire James Hoffman as our town attorney and John Hamilton be appointed to work out the details of the contract with Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Hamilton will get a consensus from the majority in approving the contract.
And you might want to take that last thing off and we'll do it then. I'm sorry, I'll wait till we.
Yeah, I think that last thing has to come off.
We can do it.
The consensus of from the majority in approving the contract?
There's no way for us to do that.
Because right, so we'll do it when we come back on the 19th. So just leave,
Okay. Be appointed to work out the details of the contract with Mr. Hoffman?
We'll take this. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's it.
Is that okay?
So, yeah.
Sarah, are you good?
No.
Yeah,
You want to say it again?
I move that upon.
I mean, you just want to give me a copy of it?
Well, no, just read it.
You can them all.
I move that upon a mutually it's not even, there's spelling errors. I move that upon a mutually acceptable contract, the town of Summerfield hire James Hoffman as our town attorney, and John Hamilton be appointed to work out the details of the contract with Mr. Hoffman.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Item H, IT services vendor.
I found out, I guess about a week and a half before, I emailed my, agenda items in that, Mr. Stone, Bill Stone was going to be, retiring. He's our IT, person. He's been backing up records and doing all this stuff for us. So I don't really know that much about that end of it, and so I was trying to do some homework, and I learned that Gray and Creech, they actually knew of the retirement in January, and I think Scott's also said that he knew of it in January. But anyway, fast forwarding, and trying to get some homework to learn what was needed to be done, what we needed, and that's why I asked Dee about on the budget, how much that actual fund was. But anyway, I liked who Gray and Creech was, or is. Bill Stone actually recommended them. I think it's my understanding Scott actually has a meeting with them tomorrow, which I didn't know about prior to.
That's because the staff has always handled that. That's why we already
Yeah,
handled one.
I don't understand
I was
why
just,
you involved yourself in this at all without communicating with the council. It seems like you just came in and took over.
I didn't take over. I did homework, and I was trying to understand what was going on, what is all involved, and it's okay for me to do homework.
Mr. Mayor, I think it was a surprise to us that the IT provider had notified us, or at least somebody, that he was retiring back in January, and I believe that he is leaving at the end of this month.
Correct.
So we were not aware of any of this.
Well, when you found this out or became aware, did you call Mr. Whitaker and ask me if he
I
had
sent
a
an email to
plan?
Mr. Whitaker, yes I did.
Sent an email a couple hours before the meeting with the vendor. I was working with it, I already had a meeting scheduled. Mr. Renz had a meeting scheduled with another vendor. We planned, as we always do, to bring you a recommendation for your consideration, and that's the way service contracts normally work.
Do you have a recommendation yet, sir?
Not finalized, because I said I have a meeting scheduled tomorrow.
When would we get that recommendation? Because my concern is you got somebody leaving on the 31st. We don't meet
You
again.
told us he was
not leaving
hard.
at a hard stop. So we had the March 19th special call meeting to talk about it with you, and then we also had the April 9th meeting. I think that's the date to finalize that.
And Bill was making his own recommendations to us about who he would feel comfortable turning the IT services over.
Did he mention who that is? Is it Grand Creek?
He likes Grand Creek. He'd already talked to them. They work with municipalities, and they are also who did our copiers.
Yeah, he was bragging about that.
And he said that he'll stay on past March?
Yeah, I mean, that was never hard.
Awesome. Looking forward to finding out what you recommend.
That's it.
Do you have any additional information there?
I don't know anything else.
So is that just an update then? No action?
We're waiting. We have to wait on staff.
You removed item I?
I asked questions about it.
Item J, projects dashboard spreadsheet.
That was me. I asked for that because I had asked for the project. Well, I didn't call it a dashboard, but anyway, that's fine. The project's dashboard spreadsheet because I like the idea of having the concept of we know where every project we have is, what its status is, and then also being able to see what the dollars spent for the life of the project. And it seemed like at the retreat it was going pretty well, but I haven't seen anything yet, and I wanted to follow up to see where we are in the process.
I can take that one. Dee and I met last week, I think it was.
Well, you and
we're-
Cheryl and I had a Zoom thing first. But
Yeah, and then we met again, and then we're to meet again this week.
Okay.
So I anticipate us having something finalized for town council before our next non-special town council meeting.
So that would be April 9th.
Correct.
Okay.
Item K, Summerfield Park wayfinding signage.
That was me. I just wanted to update on where we are on the signage. A citizen had asked about being able to find the dog park off Summerfield Road. So I was curious.
Parks and Rec Director met with the resident on the corner of Maderas and Summerfield Road. Resident does not want another sign on the corner to mow around. After some compromise, the resident was okay with using existing street blade, or street name sign with the street blade on it. So we're looking at making 2 signs that are perpendicular to Summerfield Road for that corner.
Perfect.
Is
there any other business?
The only thing I have is, I would like all the General Assembly emails posted on our website so citizens can get to them, and that would be in buckets of House emails, Senate emails, and then small town emails across North Carolina.
I mean, contact information?
Yes, sir. And being able to update emails as they may change.
Is this for the purpose of being station and?
Yeah, just allowing citizens a way to get information quickly where they can cut and paste rather than have to go search it up themselves.
I have.
I'm done.
I have. Has there been any TAC updates that you're aware of?
There has. So the TCC made a recommendation yesterday to the TAC, and the bylaws have been changed, or the recommendation was change the TAC bylaws to read as follows. I won't give you the article and the paragraph, all that, but it says the voting member has been updated to reflect that the town representative seat shall be an annually rotating position. Terms of office have been updated for the town representative to reflect that the seat shall annually rotate between the northern towns, Oak Ridge, Stokesdale, and Summerfield, and the southern towns, Pleasant Garden and Sedalia. It defines that there shall be a town alternate position which shall alternate coincidentally with the main town representative. So trying to make sense of all that, they basically divided this up into north and south. So we're considered the northern towns for this upcoming year. Pleasant Garden will hold the seat there as the southern town with an Oak Ridge alternate, and they have this rotating system, and this was subject to the TAC's approval, but this was the TCC, the Technical Coordinating Committee's recommendation to rotate between north and south, and so a northern town should have it next year because it's southern this year. So that came after meetings of mayors and representatives of the 5 towns, and that's what came out of that discussion.
Any other business?
I have one more. In our February 29th meeting minutes,
in our what?
in our meeting minutes, it mentioned that the council agreed to have Mr. Whitaker post a resignation letter. That, I haven't seen that on our website.
Posted that evening. It's still on the website now.
It's on there?
It is, of course it is.
What was on there that I read was...
It wasn't the resignation letter, it was the resignation of the attorney, was my understanding of that. We did not post the letter, we posted that he had resigned, we gave the effective dates, gave I think a 1-sentence quote, and that is on the website.
Right. You gave that quote, sir?
It was from the letter, I did.
It was, and I got your permission.
Yes.
So, yes.
Okay.
I didn't make it up.
No, because that's why I'm asking, Mr. Whitaker, is that it says, it is time for me to resign for the town to retain new counsel more to the council's liking. I saw his resignation letter and his email, and that is not in there, so I'm just curious where that came from.
It's from a separate email, and I can't say why you haven't read that or seen it, but it's verbatim. It's copy and paste from our town attorney.
Okay.
I haven't seen that either. All I have is this one that says, clear to me that the time has come for us to go in different directions. That's the only thing I've seen.
Yeah, I searched and searched, right? If you say it's out there, then.
I think I sent it on Saturday morning. The email with that quote.
Think about it.
Any other business?
I'd like, and I may have missed it last time, generally when people are off boards and whatnot, we recognize them. I just would like to go ahead and recognize my dad for his services on the planning board. 6 years.
How many years was it?
6 years.
I thought that he would have had something done
Plaque?
tonight, a plaque or something.
Well, I didn't bring it up for that, I just want to make sure you do
Be
that.
glad to do that at the April meeting.
Yeah.
That should be done.
And Mr. Hornick has aforementioned this, I think this will be your last town council meeting. And
I thought I was getting my gold watch.
I would just like to say, I don't have a gold watch, but we sure have appreciated your input, your willingness to always be there, have great respect for you and your reputation as we have talked with other attorneys on different matters regarding Summerfield, and everyone has always spoken very highly of you, and we see why. And we appreciate your service to our town, everything you have done, and to let you know that you will be missed.
Thank you. I just wish you all good luck.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Motion, and have a second.
Can I say something?
Just a minute, let me finish this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Yes, Chris.
Please, amend this to 2 nights instead of having us up till 12 o'clock. We have meetings for 2 nights.
Not today.